Welcome to Yerba Talks.
Welcome to another debate review, kind of conversation review. Issa headed over to Nadir's channel, and of course, hilarity ensued because Nadir is Nadir, and we're very big fans of him. I mean, fans in the worst way possible. But yes, Issa, how you doing? You are muted. Hello?
Can you hear me? I don't know.
Yes. Hello. How you doing? Oh. We lost him. All right. Hello, everyone. Today we're not doing open panel because we might get Nadir to come on. So we want him to feel safe. So we're not doing open panel, but we're going to be reviewing this conversation between Issa and Nadir, and of course doing a little bit of debunking, refuting, and so on, as it is customary here. You're back, Issa. Say hello, say something to the peeps.
Hey, everyone. Good to see you.
There we go. All right. Would you like to give us before we do anything, make sure to social things like, share, subscribe, send this to a friend, send this to your significant other, go to the corner and use the corner of your street and you'll subscribe to Yerba Talks, and that way we can share that for the channel. Issa, would you like to give some preview, some I don't know, something before we get started?
It's the same thing as usual. That's what it is.
A little bit, yes. I didn't finish watching this, but I watched the beginning and I was like, oh yeah, I'm on board. All right. Boom.
I think that's good enough. Okay. Yeah. So now, just wondering, just tell me a little bit about yourself. Are you like a student right now, or?
No, you didn't miss the cat attack. The cat is like, he's so asleep in my bed. So I didn't want to bother him.
I'm a student in multiple schools, yeah.
What's your major?
I study social work, Islamic studies.
Okay.
Let's see, what else? Allied health.
Mm-hmm.
I'm studying chaplaincy, so a lot of different things.
Yeah, and so if you don't mind me asking, are you Muslim, Christian, apostate? What exactly is your belief?
That was an interesting question.
Pretty sure he would qualify you as an apostate, right?
My background is Sufism. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yeah. So I'll try to just jump into the topic. I feel like there's I feel like there's a little bit of confusion like on a lot of things, but one of the things is what the Quran says about the Bible, corrupt or uncorrupt. And I feel like just from I listened to one of your tapes, I feel like there is some clarity which needs to be made here, because you have asked, well, how is it that we can, condemn the Bible, show errors in it, when the Quran apparently confirms the book?
Apparently, no. The Quran absolutely confirms. The Quran is contingent on the Bible and the Torah being true. If the Bible and the Torah are not true, then the Quran is also false.
Book, and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, it could be definitely a two-way discussion. And so, I want to share with you my understanding. I could be wrong, and definitely you can correct me on that. Okay. And so, I'm just going to share my screen here. And I think when we talk about, the reliability of the Bible, share screen, allow. And I don't know if you watch other people's debates on the topic, but they always bring this up. And there you go. I don't. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. When we talk about the reliability of the Bible, it's two parts. You got to actually show the evidence. You got to show the money, and that's 80%. That's mandatory. You have to do that. You actually have to show why this book is reliable. The secondary evidence is a Quran allegedly confirming the reliability of the Bible. It's optional.
Like, who made? What are these percentages? Like, where do they come from? Just we're supposed to just trust you, bro, Nadir? No. Like, this is just insane that you would say something like that. Of course. All right. We're starting off very quickly.
Meaning, let's say, you're trying to show all this amazing evidence, manuscript evidence or whatever it is, and it's not working. The Muslim is just stubbornly resisting. Then, yeah, you can say, look, your book is actually confirming the evidence. Okay? So that is a way this debate is supposed to take place. Cross-scriptural confirmation may be used as supporting the primary evidence.
That's it. You just debunked your previous claim, Nadir. Because the Quran presumes that you know the previous scripture. You don't get a retelling of every single story in the Bible. The Quran presumes that you know the history of the book and of the people of Yahweh, of Allah. That's it. You debunked yourself. Good job, Nadir. That's going to get you 10 dings.
But it cannot substitute for the primary evidence. Do you have any problems with what you see here?
It's not that I necessarily have a problem. I don't know if I agree with that premise, but I understand. I'm listening. I hear what you're saying.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if the Christians like Wood and other people, they want to convince us the Bible's reliable.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Nadir, they ignore you because you're just trash. You're trash tier debater. You're the flat earther of religious debates.
Bible unchanged and stuff like that. So here is the first problem, which all the Dawagandists are pointing out. Maybe they didn't articulate it in the best way, but I'm going to try to articulate it. The debates, there's just a ton of debates and discussions on the so-called Islamic dilemma. Okay, the primary evidence, you're looking at about 0.1% mandatory. I mean, what is mandatory? You got like 0.1% on debates like, is the Bible reliable?
What the fuck are those numbers? Where do they even come from?
Bible been changed? Has his book been corrupted? All the debates is on the secondary evidence, trying to claim that the Quran confirms reliability. So
because it does. Because the Quran affirms the authority of the Bible and the Torah and the Torah, the Gospel, and the Psalms, and it basically just affirms everything that came before it, because it's a continuation of the previous scriptures. This is just what the Quran says, and if you don't, you have to literally lie and bend over into a donut to make this work.
This is not an exaggerated number, by the way. Okay, this is really what we're having, and that's Taqiyya. Okay, where you're not showing the
Dragon Sword. How long until he harps on about fetal alcohol syndrome? Oh, it's coming right away. Don't worry about that.
evidence for this. For example, Dr. Bart Ehrman, Richard Carrier. These are the people you're supposed to doing all this debate should have been taking place with them, where you.
Excuse me, did you just say Bart Ehrman and Carrier? They would both say that the Quran is also false. I honestly can't understand when religious people appeal to Carrier and Ehrman. They say God doesn't exist. Carrier goes even further, says that Jesus didn't even exist. So appealing to Carrier, someone who thinks that Jesus, one of the main characters in the Quran, doesn't exist, just undermines your whole argument. That gets you 10 more things.
So amazing evidence, whether manuscript evidence or something like whatever that you believe is proving the reliability and trustworthiness, uncorruptedness of the book. Show us that those debates should have taken place. But now you are friends with David Wood. I'm happy and pleased about that, actually, because you could use him to compare. You know him. You know David Wood doesn't debate anything about his own religion, trying to prove that it is reliable. And this is my point. They know it is corrupt. So, like, if you just do a search.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
In YouTube, let's just do debate on reliability of Bible. Ugh. There's like 0.1%. And the ones that do exist, the Christians concede it is corrupt.
Liar.
Okay, they actually do concede that. You can still see my screen, right? Yeah. So I want to kind of like, for example, Bart Ehrman, this is what David Wood and all those people should be doing. And not just onesie or twosies. You got to do at least, 30 to 40 debates on this topic, because you got to debate it enough till people get the picture. Yeah, here's why you should believe that the Bible is absolutely reliable. But as you can see, there's almost none. Almost none. Now, this, like, for example, Ehrman versus Wallace. This is a good debate to watch, where Wallace actually admits that the Bible is corrupt. It has been changed. So then the question is, really...
No, hold on. Because we have a very handy tool. Ehrman versus Wallace. Oh, I already watched this one. But we have a very handy dandy tool here. Boom, 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 boom. Ask questions. Summarize. Barton contends that while we lack the original, the sheer volume of 5,800 Greek manuscripts allows scholars to reconstruct the text with a high degree of confidence. He argues that the vast majority of textual variants are insignificant, such as spelling difference, and that New Testament is better preserved than any other ancient literature. Conclusion. Both scholars conclude by reaffirming their mutual respect. Ehrman remains focused on the inherent limitations of historical probability, while Dr. Wallace maintains that the evidence provides enough data to trust their text in its essentials. Yes.
Max. I invited Kaja to come too, so...
Oh, yeah, of course.
He gets the link too. He's really good with this.
I like Kaja. He's always fun. Again, Nadir, not getting the vibe that your claims are truthful here.
And everybody accepts this, by the way.
No.
The question is, okay, well, if it's been changed and corrupted, why should we still believe it's reliable?
For fuck's sake. It's not been changed and corrupted. It's there are minor differences, like absolutely minor, just copy mistakes and yada yada. But they don't change the text in any significant way. Not at all.
The discussion and debate should take place. So I think you can see the problem that there's some taqiyya taking place there. Do you see any taqiyya?
Well, my understanding of the concept of taqiyya is that it's a kind of a way of protecting yourself. It's not actually really lying. It's like a person who's under...
Oh, Nadir! You just got taken back to school, son! Oh boy. Good job, Issa there. So Nadir, you were engaging in a little bit of lying about what the concept of Taqiyya even means.
The threat of death that represents themselves slightly differently to protect themselves from death. I think it's weird to hear this word being used this way. I think it's actually, I hate to say this, it's kind of an Islamophobic term that's been used around, like where people use this term to say, well, Muslims are actually really liars. And like, that's not really true. Muslims aren't liars. This is a thing where it's a technique of self-preservation under like,
no, Paul, you're incorrect. What Issa is saying is correct. Taqiyya is if someone is threatening your life, saying, for example, you need to convert out of being a Muslim, or we will kill you. You are allowed to lie and say, yes, I'm no longer a Muslim. Historically, Jews and Christians were taught as part of the doctrine not to do that you're never supposed to renounce your faith even while under threat of death. So Taqiyya is lying to preserve your own life, and I don't see any problem with that.
Extreme duress, and so that term I have a difficulty with, but
you are right.
Thank you. I think it's hard. I think my position is that I don't need these texts to be like, I don't think they have to have the scrutiny of science. We use historical critical method in this, but I don't use it for the Quran and I don't use it for the Bible. Like I just see them as different.
If it's just to protect your life, do you mean just an injustice or just in the other sense?
Right. It's a different toolkit. These are supposed to be spiritual holy texts. So
what was the question?
Actually reconcile.
No, we were talking about the Taqiyya.
If you are going to be killed. What I said is the correct thing.
Yeah,
that's what it is. If you Google it, you'll see that's what I said.
That's how I understood it always. Also, people misuse it. And you're right that it's been taken over by the Islamophobe crowd as Muslims being allowed to lie about their religion to convert people, but that is not the case. The fact that people might do that, it's a separate issue, but yeah, I have no problem with lying if it's only to protect your life. Yeah, most people would agree.
All these texts. You just have to read them differently. You don't have to read the Bible literally. I think that's the issue. People are like reading it literally and they're like, well, it doesn't sound like it connects with the Quran. I'm like, I think they have two different types of narratives. That's at least my position on this. So I don't actually think they're in conflict. I think that's the issue. I don't actually disagree. I'm like, I think they can be confirmed. It's just, how do you read these texts? If you read the text literally, then you have an issue. But that's a Salafi position. And I think Salafi Islam doesn't really work very well, in my opinion. When you can't literally read the Quran and literally read the Hadith, these things don't work well. And it's a new invention, actually. It's an innovative system. The Salafi movement is very new. Like my father's family has been Muslim for like, I guess you say centuries. They're from South Asia too.
Are you from Pakistan or where are you from?
My dad was born before Pakistan existed. So my dad was born in a place called Tamil Nadu. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Yeah. So the president of India actually came from Tamil Nadu. His name was President Abdul Kalam. You may have heard of him, which is kind of really cool that there's actually been an Indian Muslim president. But
you eat Pakistani food at least.
I mean, I think they're the same thing. Like personally, Indian Muslim and Pakistan, really not. There's not really a difference, in my opinion. But so I have family that went to Pakistan after the partition. So I have family in Sri Lanka, India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, like all over South Asia. But like my family, it's like it was never this hard line stuff. This is very new that I'm seeing like within Muslim spaces. Like people doing the had, like where they will cut people's hands off if they steal. I'm like, that didn't exist. So even like polygamy, all these things, like my family, that never happened. My family never did polygamy or anything like that. So it's like, it's strange that you see, like in the Salafi movement, it's very popular that people take on a lot of wives, and it's definitely a very strange phenomenon. But yeah, like there was never really conflict because, you know, if you live in India, people are Christian, Jewish, Hindu, and you kind of live with each other. You kind of stay in your own space and you do your own stuff. And sometimes people celebrate all the holidays together. And that's the kind of reality that I knew, you know, so.
Right. Well, you have some valid concerns that a religion, I'm just going to paraphrase what you're saying. A religion should not bring about evil. And by evil, by definition, what I mean is needless, preventable suffering, whether it's polygamy, whether it's chopping off the hand or whatever, allegedly. And we can go into those issues and see if it's really a problem or not. But the point which I also wanted to make to you, a lot of my debates is about that hey, listen, there is evil in Christianity.
No, for fuck's sake. What evil, Nadir?
For example, they got it wrong on alcohol. They got it.
Oh my fucking God. Here we go. Okay. You want to dismiss a whole religion over your misunderstandings on fetal alcohol syndrome. Nadir, if I get drunk right now, how would that affect a pregnant woman? It doesn't. So this argument is idiotic at the very least. And then again, we have come to find out that pregnant women shouldn't drink alcohol. So even if you're a hardcore Catholic woman going to mass, no one is going to give you alcohol, Nadir. My God.
Wrong on epilepsy. There is some evil teachings there which does cause need.
Yes, people thought that demonic possession was a thing. The Quran has the same problem, Nadir. Jinn can do all sorts of nasty stuff. So what's the problem here? You also believe that people can be possessed by demons and shit.
Hey,
Not a
Max, can you
problem.
put the link in for Kacha? Please put the link in. He's not able to get it. I've been trying to send it to him.
There we go.
Needless suffering, preventable suffering. And that's what, and it's.
Trump doesn't drink alcohol. That's his claim to being a god. I mean, it's funny that he thinks that there is no possession in Islam. Like, what? This makes absolutely no sense, Nadir.
Indefensible. That's why David Wood, the Christian apologists, they've looked at this with a fine-tooth comb as far as what topics they can debate, what they cannot, and they know that they can never win a debate related to science. It's going to expose so many errors.
For fuck's sake, you can't do that either, Nadir. Does the sun set in a muddy pool? I rest my case.
And so maybe taqiyya was the wrong word to use, but what it is, it's just deception. It's just being a con artist where your Bible is corrupt, but it's like you're trying to trick people to believe in a book that is corrupt and unreliable. And you're running away from these debates with Dr. Bart Ehrman, Richard Gere, and the list goes on. And so that's not a very honest thing to do. The problem with the Christian apologists that you befriend is they're not being honest with people on this issue. Look, I remember.
Seriously? Oh, you want to talk about being honest, Nadir? Okay. I swear to cow. So a lot of this got started because I sent an email after Nadir in a debate, I emailed, I sent a Discord message to Mark Reed. I was like, hey, Mark, are you around? Nadir has been saying this. Mark Reed and others here on MDD have endorsed the scientific evidence for the Quran. He forgets we are friends. Yeah, I did not ever endorse scientific evidence for Islam. So there was a whole email exchange, and then Mark chimes in, and Nadir asked me for Issa's email, and there they started talking, and they set this up. But here we have the one, the only Mark Reed, saying, you are a liar, Nadir. Even your own video shows it. In the intervening time in between, it doesn't make it somehow inspired by a god or somehow scientific. That is the literal claim of a video, because Nadir sent this video, which I'll copy the link and I'll show you right after. And Mark continues on to say, you are doing something called quote mining, Nadir, but you're so bad at it that you include where I say that the Quran is not scientific. Your dishonesty is completely obnoxious. And I went on to say that the Quran got some things wrong that the Bible didn't. Everyone knows you're a liar, Nadir. Everyone laughs at you because you are so delusional, and everyone knows that I have never said that the Quran is either scientific or a product of a miracle. And I have stated on many occasions that the Quran is probably more inaccurate than the Bible. Stop lying about what I said. You know deep down that delusional idiocy that I never said the Quran was scientific, and your lies are not believed by anyone. And right after, Nadir responds and basically says, sorry for the late response, but I wanted to give you time to calm down as you're like an emotional girlfriend. Per your statement, I went on to say the Quran got some things wrong that the Bible didn't. That is perfectly fine. It does not change the fact that Islam corrected 6 scientific errors in the Bible per your statement. Muhammad was able to check the facts to see if they were correct. There is nothing amazing about that. Being able to check the facts is an endorsement of the scientific case for the Quran, facepalm. Now, if it was miraculous, it's irrelevant to the fact that Christianity can be ruled out as being true due to its scientific errors, which Islam corrected. Therefore, Christians must accept Christianity is wrong. You're only stating the obvious, which almost all watch agree to because it's clear. Please read the comments carefully. And then he sends a Google Doc link. I will continue to use your statement with glee as the conclusion is unavoidable. And of course, my answer was this one, the Lulu. And I'm so glad that is actually a word now. So, yeah, Nadir, you can't speak about being honest because you are a lying trash bag. Kaja, how you doing?
Assalamu alaikum, internet.
Malaikum salam.
And Nadir is really something else. And at this point, I don't even think he's Muslim. And I don't think he's Muslim because he didn't know what Taqiyya was and kept using it wrong and insisted on keeping you to use it wrong with Issa.
Mm-hmm.
You get him in a chat with a real Muslim and he falls apart.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, what I just read, Nadir goes around saying that the atheists agree with him, and no, we don't, right? That is also, and he talks about honesty. That is also very dishonest to point it out like that. Yeah. So Nadir, I'm going to ding you 5 more times for lying, and we'll continue on.
I'll tell you a story. You know, I mean, first of all, these numbers I'm quoting you, there's literally 0.1% of debates on really showing that the Bible is reliable. That's because they know it's not. And I don't think that's an exaggerated number. There's some debates which are close, like talk about historicity of the Bible, which is what they're doing. They're downgrading it. They're like, hey, listen, we're opening up the fact that, yeah, it could have errors and mistakes and stuff like that. So they do. So if you look, it's almost nobody is willing to debate this topic with Dr. Bart Ehrman. It's very few. So what the Christians do, they debate.
Nadir. Oh my God. You need to stop appealing to Bart Ehrman, because Bart Ehrman would also say that the Quran is false and that God doesn't exist. So he doesn't make your argument. You have to literally lie about Bart Ehrman's position to try and make your case. And that's another dishonest take, Nadir. It's one after the other. You just jump from lie to lie. Oh, he's exhausting. And I understand how there's a reason Nadir only has like 2,000 subscribers. It's because even Muslims don't feel represented by this bullshit. This is just trash debating.
Debate topics which are very few. First of all, there are very few, like divinity of Christ. Are there moral values? And 99% of their material is just attacking Islam. But true apologetics is you got to defend your own religion. You got to show and make the case for Christ, whatever it may be. That's got to be at least 50% of your online material. So this is a problem, that it's like zero, that all the debates are right here. Do you see a problem here where you got like 99?
No, I don't see a problem, because those numbers are invented.
% of the debates are Quran confirming reliability, allegedly, and literally they got 0.1% of defending their own bias, of really showing the evidence for it. Do you see a problem there in these numbers?
I mean, I can understand it. It's not really a problem for me, because this isn't even really an issue for me personally, from my standpoint. And I wanted to address the point that you said, like about evil things.
Yes.
I don't think it's the gospel that's the problem. I think it's the people that are the problem. Like, think about from our place. We come India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, this area. We had colonialism. And you're right. Like, I've heard your debates on the imperialism and colonialism are real. These things did exist. And these movements did a lot of destruction, a lot of assault, a lot of horror, enslavement of people. This is all true. I don't think it is connected to the gospel. Like, after reading it, like when you read what, the big JC, or you say Issa alayhi salam, or Jesus.
That's a deep cut. For those of you who don't know, Issa was in a debate with Junior, and Issa said, I said the big JC, and Junior
I'm not
just
going to let you guys
lost.
disrespect JC like that. You got to say JC alayhi salatu wasalam.
I lost my mind when that happened. It's like, Junior, you're just getting agitated for absolutely nothing. And then the whole chat started putting like hashtag we love the big JC. And oh my, that was amazing. That was truly amazing. I love that callback, Issa.
Whatever term you want to use, he speaks against hypocrisy. Like, if you read the Gospels, that's pretty much his position. He's like, religious bigots and hypocrites who say, stone people to death. He's like, no, you can't do that because you are sinners. Like, you do bad things. You can't condemn people because you do the same bad things that you're condemning. That's like the teachings that you see from him in the text, which I think are very clean and clear and good. But the people themselves, I think, have manipulated the teachings. Like, even they manipulated Paul's teaching about, like, in Onesimus, where, he talks about a slave. And I'm like, that's a very micro thing. And then you're trying to make it a macro thing.
Yeah.
Listen to Issa lay down the law on how Muslims see Jesus.
Yes, absolutely. I love it. And the one that is lying when the story about that is Nadir, because the reason why Paul wanted Philemon freed is because he was his friend. It wasn't a general statement about slavery as a whole, because slavery would continue to be ingrained into the society for much, much longer. Paul just wanted his friend to be free. It's not a general argument. It's a particular one.
Where you're trying to say, well, we can enslave people. I'm like, first and foremost, you people aren't even Israelites to begin with. You're Gentile people that have now claimed that you are somehow superior to everyone else, and you think that you get to take over everything else. And it's deeply problematic, So that's my kind of issue.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Real Signal says Junior is the one. JV Nior. He's the one that called his wife in the middle of an in-person debate to ask her if he beat her up. Yes, that actually happened.
The issue is it is the Gospels, which is the problem. And this is explicitly written in the scientific journals. Like, for example, the ones I shared on epilepsy, and I quoted 2 or 3 references blaming the text of the Bible. It is. I mean, like, and then we can get to the topic. Like, for example, the issue of alcohol. There is only one right answer here.
No.
Absolute no alcohol due to.
No, that is incorrect. Nadir, there are millions of people that drink alcohol and are not alcoholics. You can do alcohol in moderation. You can even get like super wasted one time and then not get drunk anymore. Like it can be done. It's not a problem. And also, let me remind you that your argument hinges on pregnant women. If I drink alcohol, I will not give any fetal alcohol syndrome, you dumbass. Like, when he tries to make these arguments about scientific claims, it's just baffling. I did invite him to come today.
There's no way he's showing up here.
He said he might be late, but I don't think he's ready to face me. I mean, he knows he will just get crushed.
He's going to be in a room with 2 other Muslims. There's no way he wants to face 2 other Muslims at the same time, much less a very smart atheist.
Oh, thank you so much. You're very kind, Kaja.
About fetal alcohol syndrome. And just last week I was on an Indian reservation. 2/3 of many of these reservations are alcoholic. So because moderate
this is going to ding the overt racism and moving on.
Alcohol doesn't work for them. And I don't know why. Is it a racial thing? People raise up these questions. I don't know why. But when it comes to indigenous people, Eskimos, American Indians, no, the answer should be no. And that's exactly what they're doing now. They're taking the bottle away from them, shutting down shops, and making it very difficult for them to actually purchase alcohol. There are many programs like that. It is an undeniable.
Look, Nadir, addiction, just like anything else, it's a medical issue. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Just give it up. Kaja, are you trying to speak because your mic is doing like weird sounds? Maybe try refreshing. It's sounding like clicks. It's weird.
Fact, when you ask the question of alcohol, yes or no, moderate or non, when it comes to American Indians and Eskimos and people like that, the answer should be no. Okay, I don't think there can be any denial at this.
I'm gonna ding the racism again.
Point, but the Bible gave the wrong answer on this. So it shares a responsibility for administering a drug to the general public.
Oh my fucking God. Nadir, the amount of alcohol that is given as part of the Eucharist ritual in Christianity is infinitesimal. It's just a little sip. It's a symbolic thing. It doesn't preach to go get wasted every single time. Like, oh, for fuck's sake. This is dishonesty. You're literally lying. And I don't care about the Christians, like defending the Christians, but this is just a blatant lie. And when bad things happen, there is a shared responsibility for the bad things that happen. If it was just a matter of people misinterpreting the text, then Catholics, they are the ones that stick to the Eucharist the most. But it's like they pour it on the chalice. You take a little sip. You get the loaf of, I don't remember what that's called right now. The loaf of bread, and that is it. You don't chug like a jug of wine. And it's just insane.
the Woods and the Shimons and all the Christian apologists would definitely come out for the debate and point that out. But they know that it is a...
Altar wine is non-alcoholic, is it? I don't know. I've never drank that. I've never been to like an actual mass. Yes, I think the correct term is Inuit, and Eskimo is kind of like the racist term.
It is intrinsically a problem in the text. And this is just, alcohol is just one example. The issue of epilepsy, I don't know if you saw my debate on that. That is another. The persecution of epileptics by Christians, it is inherently a problem in the text of the Gospels, as the scientists and experts have pointed out. So that is, and so it's been now, the last debate on Quran and science was the Bible, the Quran and modern science was back in 1996 with Dr. Zakir Naik. Since then,
because it's a silly topic, it's a silly argument. These books are not scientific. They're plagued with scientific inaccuracies because that's not their point. They're made as spiritual guides. Theological points are made in the Bible, the Torah, and the Quran. Nothing to do with science.
Christians have been running away from this topic because they know that their books contain indefensible scientific contradictions. So,
Nadir, I will ask it until the rapture. Does the sun set in a muddy pool? Are stars weapons that the angels used to shoot the jinn so that they don't spy on heaven? And we can continue going forever.
When you look at,
Oh, you got it to work?
I'm here. Yep.
Yellow, how you doing? Anything you would like to say so far? Because I've been taken over.
It's wild. That's crazy. I'm actually more interested in your understanding more than me talking about it. I'm interested in seeing what you think about it.
I mean, I think that Nadir couldn't be more wrong if he tried to do it on purpose. I think he's just it's a huge like projection of all of his shortcomings as a debater that he projects onto the Christians. And we largely agree in the point that these are not scientific texts. And when you are making scientific claims, he exposes himself. Because, I mean, I can do a quick Google search over... I can do a quick Google search on the scientific errors of the Quran and get endless lists of problems that you could just hang the Quran with. So Nadir's own argument defeats his own position, which is kind of a silly thing to do, right?
Well, it's an eisegesis versus an exegesis. He's imposing himself into the text.
Correct. But even by his own standard, he wouldn't pass his own test, because the Quran also makes scientifically incorrect claims, right? So, Baselito, how you doing? Basil for $5 says, do you accept that Will Duffy is a young earth creationist that manipulated you and your followers to accept him as normal? Oh, that's a tough one. Manipulated me? I don't think I can be manipulated that easy. I can compartmentalize. And I do think that what he did to destroy Flat Earth was awesome. I do think that being a young earth creationist is kind of silly. But, like, for example, Peter Markley was a young earth creationist, right? And since the time I met Peter, he's a great guy, and him and his wife are both awesome. And I met Peter being a young earth creationist. We chatted about that a little bit, and then after I met him and we were, internet friends, he became he kind of deconstructed out of younger creationism. So I don't know. I'm less of a hardliner than you, Basil. And I invited Dr. J to my house. Dr. J is a pastor and theologian, believes in God, and we had a wonderful time. We didn't. It's not a problem. It's not really a problem to me what people believe. I can compartmentalize. I do disagree with some of the actions Will Duffy has taken when it comes to abortion, but there's nothing I can do about that from here, except to voice my discontent with some of that. And Basil, for $5, remember when Issa argued that he could prove the numbers of prime is finite? Okay, look, the problem here is that you're lying now, Basilito. I like you, but this is also false. He didn't argue that he could prove that. What Issa said is that he thinks that someone could make an argument, and obviously absolutely fail, but that someone could make an argument that the set of prime numbers is finite. He didn't say that he could prove it. He just argued that someone could make that argument. It would be completely wrong and incorrect.
My argument was that you can argue for anything. So then he brought this point up. And I said, yeah, you can make an argument. Whether it has validity
it would be
or that, it
completely
doesn't
wrong
matter.
and false, right?
It might
But
not have validity
try.
or consistency, but you could still make an argument. You can make an argument.
Vampire Hunter D versus Helsing. Like, we aren't going to have any scientific facts for Vampire Hunter D versus Helsing, but we can make an argument for it.
Right?
You can make an argument. I'm down with Vampire Hunter D. That's my man. Have you seen the 80s anime? That's like really awesome. It's like old school stuff.
Basil says sure. That being said, Basil, I hope you're doing well. I haven't seen you around in a while. Saw you yesterday on the debate that Craig was doing that got canceled. I said hi to you. I like you, Basil. You are fun to me. So good to have you back. It's always a treat. And, I don't mind you pushing back against me or anything. But let's try to keep it, not misrepresenting people, right? Like, for example, when you say that I claim to be an expert, I've told you like 150 times the two things I'm an expert at. And you always keep saying that I claim to be an expert in things that I've never claimed. So let's keep it honest. And that's all good. And, you can push back against whatever we say anytime you want.
Speaking of honesty.
Yes.
When did Nadir say, or what medium of communication does Nadir use to communicate that he was going to be here tonight?
Email.
I guess that's unfortunate. He's not using something like Discord or something that would actually get his attention better. But I guess you should toss him an email that he's going to miss the stream.
He said, I'll do my best to attend. Might be a bit late, but I will ask for a fair treatment. And I replied, you'll get a fair treatment. Also, you'll get debunked each step of the way, but I suggest you avoid your regular lies. I'm sorry.
I really want to take him to task over how he treated Issa on stream, because it was repugnant and disrespectful and not becoming of a Muslim astaghfirullah.
I didn't get to that part. I got about not even halfway. I got about 30 minutes in.
He just never let Issa talk in this video. Issa debates anti-Muslim racists, and they let him talk 10 times more than this guy does.
All right, I'm going to play this for a second. Going to go to the toilet and be right back.
I want you to always compare me with David Wood. David Wood, his 99% of his material is just attacking Islam. He has given up on trying to argue a case for Christianity in terms of debating the great scholars like Dr. Bart Ehrman, Richard Carrier, and the list goes on. Because he knows it is weak to ridiculous evidence to try to prove the gospel has evidence for it, or it's reliable, or there's real scientific evidence. He knows that. Wouldn't you agree with me on that?
I don't think that's really his concern. I think they have a different outlook. Christians have a different outlook than Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they are interested in proving that it's scientific. I think the most important thing,
or it doesn't have to be scientific, any kind of evidence, prophecy, science, any type of evidence. So the Rosetta Stone, it could be anything. I just use science as an example.
In my limited understanding, I think what Christians are interested in is Jesus. Like, he's the most most important figure ever. And even if the Hebrew scriptures were invalid, it wouldn't matter, because he's the centerfold, because he's the savior. I think that is the crux for the Christian. So I think it would be hard. I think we're dealing with two different modalities. Like a Muslim, like the kind of your standard Muslim modality versus like a Christian modality, are operating on two different wavelengths.
Yeah, and that I'm gonna correct you, okay? Because that's kind of a delusion. Let me explain. Okay, having evidence is like a burning ember. You will not be able to stay so silent on it. The thing is that this is called a bluff, meaning you're pretending, or the Christians are pretending, that, there's really good evidence for the reliability of the gospel and proving that this stuff is really from God. It could be scripture. It could be prophecy. It could be science. It could be Rosetta Stone, whatever it may be. We just choose not to debate on it. That's a delusion.
The question that I have for Nadir is, what is his contention specifically when he wants to argue about the reliability of the Bible? Like, where does it undo for him? Is it only this whole scientific nonsense, or does he have any other point about like the theology or anything else? Because in general, when scholars talk about the reliability of the Bible, they basically mean that it's the only document that we have that would actually tell us pretty much anything about the life and the ministry of Jesus. That's basically what they talk about when they're referring to the reliability of the Bible. So I don't know. I think Nadir is a little bit vague when it comes to that, because it allows him to pivot to whatever point he wants at any given time, right?
Yeah.
And that's called a bluff. You're bluffing. Okay, so this doesn't exist in the real world. That there's such good evidence out there, but you just choose not to debate it, argue it, and champion it. That doesn't happen in the real world, Issa. That's a born-again Christian delusion they're giving you. What reality tells us. And I deal with reality.
No, you don't.
Gold.
There is no...
It's like, I mean, I just as you came on, I was showing the email exchange that we had with Mark Reed and so on, and Nadir was literally, after he got refuted and rebuked by the person that he is citing as someone agreeing with him, and Nadir was just like covering his eyes and ears, going la 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 la, I'll continue to lie about you, and it's like, oh, okay, got it.
No good evidence for that. And you know that there are indefensible teachings in your book. You're not going to win that case on whether it be scientific errors or slave beating or whatever it is, trying to prove the reliability of the Bible. That's why this number is 0.01, because you ain't going to beat the case. That's reality. Okay? Not that people are just not interested. It's not my focus right now. No. This is a ridiculous number. This is silly. This is a silliness and all these people are trying to bait you on. And I'm an apologist myself. I remember I was on Pal Talk one day. It was a software. This is before the internet came.
Video, or it didn't happen, Nadir. So, I mean, we can't trust your anecdotes before the internet. Sorry.
To be, so great as it is. And it was a chat room, and we were just attacking Christianity and pointing out all the errors of the Bible. And I said, stop. We've done this for about 20, 30 minutes. That's enough. We're now going to focus on Islam because we got to be balanced here. I mean, Islam is not true just because all these problems in the Bible and stuff like that. We need to be balanced. I did that many times. That's true apologetics. Come on, Wood and these people don't do that. The reason why this number is 99% is because they're conning people. They know there's no evidence, there's no reliability, there is no case for Christ being argued on modern day debate. It's just not.
Oh my God. What the fuck do you mean, Nadir? Like, seriously. People argue about Jesus on modern day debate all the time. What are you talking about? Like, James is a Christian.
Yeah, I'm not a debater, so I don't really know the word apologetics super well, but shouldn't that mean he gets on here and says, I'm sorry that Boko Haram killed all these people, and I'm sorry that ISIL killed all these people. I'm being a real apologist now.
Well, no, when it comes to like being an apologist, it basically means defending your religion, right? There's also another field, which is the field of polemics, which is basically attacking another religion, trying to disprove it. In that sense, when it comes to historically, the debates that I've watched in the last couple of years, the problem that we run into is that we have online Muslims trying to attack Christianity when, if Christianity is false, then the only logical conclusion is that Islam is also false, right? Islamic dilemma and all of that. And if you want to be technical about it, then they're kind of talking about the same God, or attempting to. But if Christianity is false, then Islam would also be false. There's no way around that.
I think that Nadir thinks the Islamic dilemma is Muslims potentially trusting the gospel, and that because he says that chapter 4, verse 157 debunks the Islamic dilemma because you can't possibly trust the Bible after you read it, which that's not true. And
no.
Chapter 4, verse 157, if I'm remembering these numbers correct right now, is the origin of the Islamic dilemma. He points people to the origin, says it debunks it.
Right.
I don't know.
And the biggest issue is that, and I said it a little bit before you came on, Kaja, that the Quran presumes that people know the previous scriptures because it references stories, but it doesn't retell them. So you're supposed to be familiar with the previous scriptures.
It's part of our Aqidah, part of the Islamic creed, believing the 6 articles of faith, which includes the gospel and Torah.
Mm-hmm. And the Sabur. So, I mean, I think I like the Islamic dilemma as, as a debate or as an analyst of debate, because it's a very well-crafted argument that you cannot debate against it, but it has one critical flaw. It completely falls apart if you just don't take the position that the Bible is corrupted.
I think debaters like Avery are waiting for someone to take that position so they can challenge themselves in debating. Well, you say the Quran affirms the Bible, so that also proves the Quran false. They're waiting for that, but no one's given. I like the Islamic dilemma because it exposes these so-called Muslims for their lack of Aqidah. It exposes them to the rest of the Islamic community as people who do not really follow the religion of Islam, at least in the way that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam taught it to us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it exposes some problem some Veda, some innovations, because this is all new doctrines. This is all new talking points. It's not rooted in historical understandings of Islam, which is kind of fascinating to me. Basil says, for $5, thank you so much, Basilito. Is it okay to label Will Duffy as stupid because he's an adult who believes in young earth creationism? I mean, you could. He is putting it to the test, though. So I would say right now that young earth creation, the belief is stupid, but there are smart people that believe that. Like, for example, you know that guy, the guy that runs Answers in Genesis. He is an astrophysicist that is also a young earth creationist. And that to me is baffling. But I don't think he's a stupid person. I just think he holds one stupid belief, if that makes any kind of sense. And Basil strikes again for $5. Thank you so much. Is Flat Earth any more ignorant than Young Earth? Why don't you criticize Flat Earth as much? Well, I think you mean, why don't you criticize Young Earth as much? It's because I don't run into many Young Earth creationists. I don't find them as funny. I find Flat Earthers more funny. Because, I mean, Flat Earth is something that we can all verify for our own selves. I mean, you can go outside today and prove the shape of the earth to yourself right now. I have no way of proving by myself today the age of the earth. I just don't have neither the knowledge nor the skills. So I need to rely on other people. That's why I kind of go more against Flat Earth. And Basil strikes again for $5. Thank you so much, Basil. I don't believe that addition is associative, but I'm a hero because I'm willing to accept associativity is true. Oh my, wait. Can you explain this? Because this lost me. This lost me. And Blackburn Big Dragon says also, besides Witsit is a silly person. So yeah, it's kind of very easy to mock Flat Earthers in general. But there are some very smart people that are young earth creationists. So that is a little bit more tricky, I would say. Would you mind? You can send a regular chat and explain this to me because I'm completely lost here. Sorry. I profusely apologize. All right.
There's only one religion, which is arguing the case for its religion, and that's Islam. Am I wrong about that?
Yes.
I mean, it depends. Like, if you have like a debater like Daniel Hakikachu, he's not defending Islam. I've never even seen him defend Islam.
Great point, Issa.
Primarily, he just attacks whatever. He attacks Hinduism, Judaism, Christianity. He's very good at what he does, but I would say that it's not really, he doesn't defend Islam.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I can't. So there are exceptions. I mean,
oh, hold on. Boom, 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 boom. Daniel Pikachu, 100% correct. Okay. Debate on reliability of the Bible, epic masjid, modern day debate, Kirat, contradiction, Nick Matau, debate on reliability of the Bible, Numan Ali Khan, apostate prophet, Big John Steele, police activity, ACDC, salmon maple syrup recipe, alcohol and Native Americans. Oh, an FTFE Craig. Okay. Nadir is a fan of FTFE. Hold on, I'll send him a screenshot of this.
Exceptions. I mean,
I'm just saying that's from what I've seen.
Use myself as the example. Let me use myself because I am truly arguing the case for Islam from science, from prophecy, and whatever it can be. I'm there. So if we just do wood, let's just type wood in here. Just see what are the topics being. Okay, doesn't work. Oh, here we go. So here we see very safe topics he's trying to debate that really don't get into the critical core of Christianity. Is there naturalism true? Let's see. I mean, again, mostly Islam.
Did you see the Andrew Wilson?
Oh,
versus David.
I get confused when Issa speaks because I think it's live Issa, not the video Issa.
The Pikachu debate.
Yeah, that was quite embarrassing, of course.
I was like, you're talking. I'm like, I was very embarrassing. I was there in person and I saw it, and I was like, I can't believe this was even argued.
That's why if I make a fool out of myself like that, please do create a live stream, and
that's what we're doing right now.
call me every bad name in the book. And that's why I have no problem with you criticizing me or criticizing any of my debates. I actually love it. I welcome it. I need that type of feedback. So I'm not like these other arrogant apologists who...
Nadir, do you remember when you lost your debate against Mark Reed and you spent a week emailing me trying to get me to agree with you? Do you remember that?
Cannot handle criticism, and that's why I like you. I like the way you take apart, I don't agree with everything you say, but how you take apart some of the things I say and point out when I'm a joke like Hakikachu and stuff like that. So I just want to throw that out there. Thank you.
All the time.
No problem. Thanks, Uncle. I appreciate it. Actually, I was the debater. I debated against David Wood. That's how we first met. We debated about the Prophet of Islam. My position, it's like some of these things, like I think there was a lot of, I hear
Paul Shower says Bible versus Quran is no contest. Bible wins every time. The book is way heavier and can do much more damage in a fight.
It can. Like, it's a collection of other books. The Quran is just a pamphlet.
You taking a position of arguing for science in Islam. My position is, I'm like, why not talk about helping orphans, helping poor people? Like, I think these are much stronger positions, like these anthropological positions, where it's like, look, Islam came in a space where you had a very highly classist position, very racist, a very racist classist society, right? Very Arab supremacist, right? Unfortunately, there's a lot of Arab supremacy now. I'm sure you've seen it. It's very problematic, but like, it went and kind of revolutionized that. And I actually really like the movie The Message. I don't know if you've seen it, from 1976. Or we saw, they have an Arabic version and English version. It's like one of my favorite movies.
Basil, x plus y plus z equals x plus y plus z. Oh, and the number of primes is infinite. See the Riemann hypothesis. Though Issa has probably proved it. Okay. I'm sorry. Math in English is a little bit hard for me. I think in Spanish we call that transitive property, not associative. But I see your point. And look, we agree. And when we were, Issa and I were having a discussion about what things you can argue and what things you can't. And I specifically picked something which you would immediately fail, but someone could try to make an argument, and that was Issa's point all along, that okay, you could try to make an argument that the set of prime numbers is finite. It wouldn't be valid, it wouldn't be sound, but you could. And people do make bad arguments all the time, and that was kind of the point. But thank you.
It's well done. Mustafa Khadi made the Halloween series, but he also made this movie. It's like, it's spectacular. But what I think about it is, you have this extremely racist classist society, and there's give me 1 second.
Booty call.
Sure, no problem.
Issa's always getting booty calls in the middle.
Obviously, it's the women.
Oh, you just roboted super hard. X mass Y equal, yes. No, but it's the name of the property is different, I think. And again, math is not my strong suit by any means. I would need to brush up on that like hard, but Thank you so much, Basil. Issa now has to go, I think. And then he comes back.
So I might have to go for just a minute.
Here.
Okay, so one thing I wanted to say is, oops, I just ended my share. The number, I want you to look at these numbers, and I want you to, agree. This is just unacceptable. I mean, this is the number. Why we're looking at 0.01 debate on the actual primary evidence. It's not because of just lack of interest or lack of focus, or our specialty is in something else. That's not the case here. Okay, there is a problem here where they know the book is corrupt, and they know they can't prove their case in terms of why you should still believe it. And what they're doing, they're trying to trick people into believing into the reliability. I can't see any other option or any other alternative explanation which explains this data. Do you know of one other than that?
I mean, I don't. I think my perspective on this is like, it feels like it's like scientism. I don't think religion, and I think after the Enlightenment era and this kind of idea that we have to conform to scientific ideals, I don't know if we have to do that.
Quran confirms reliability debate is what we're talking about.
Oh, you're saying with this particular situation?
Yeah, just this topic, yeah.
I mean, for me personally, if it, I feel that it does. Like from the Hadith, it says that. Like it says that you have to believe in the book. So I think that's pretty clear.
Fine. My question here is, look, it's not a matter of whether it's true or not. The issue here is that it should be an 80-20 split, where you have on the mandatory debate needs to take place on actually showing that it is reliable, with people like Dr. Bart Ehrman, Richard Carrier, and other great scholars.
For fuck's sake. Why do they appeal to people that don't agree with them? Nadir, why don't you ask Bart Ehrman and Richard Carrier what they think about the Quran, so you finally stop invoking them?
20% of the debate should be on if the Quran confirms the reliability. That's where it's about
It does. There is no verse in the Quran that tells you that the Bible is corrupt. It talks, the one that they usually gets referenced is about people lying about what the scriptures say. But the Quran also says that Allah is a guardian over. Allah wouldn't let the books be corrupted. So how that is like a direct contradiction. You can't make that argument and still hold that the Quran is true.
It just doesn't care. I don't know what mind.
Hold on, Kaja. You're roboting like super hard. Maybe try refreshing and coming back.
All right.
We'll give it a second. No, it's still, I can't make out what you're saying. Paul said reliable. You think the book opens every time you try to open it? No. I have doubt in what he talks about the reliability. In general, as I've seen this discussion a bunch of times, when they talk about the reliability of the gospel, people, Bart Ehrman, for example, says that the gospels are not reliable because they contradict each other on key details about the life and death and ministry of Jesus, right? But that being said, Bart Ehrman also says that the only source that we have to know anything about Jesus is the Gospels. So it's a tricky situation there. Kaja, welcome back.
Thanks. Am I any better now?
Yes, it's crystal clear.
Hooray.
Yes. Go ahead. Tell me what you were going to tell me before, if you want.
But Nadir, I don't remember what I was saying before.
No problem. It happens. Basil for $10. Thank you so much. Please confirm it is very strange for FTFE to always wear Fred Perry outfits. We shall not be gaslighted on this, and we have friends everywhere. I don't know, man. Look, FTFE wears Fred Perry. Witsit wears Nike. I don't know. People and clothing, like people have quirks. Do you not have any like quirks, Basil? I have quirks. I have a shit ton of quirks. I don't know. I guess maybe it's weird, but if he likes it, oh, more power to him. I would like one day, Basil. I would like one day if you would come on and we can have a chat. I don't know. But it's weird, or maybe not. Who cares? Clothes are clothes. Do you make fun of what Witsit wears? No. I make fun of him. Look, what I make fun of is Witsit begging for money while also buying like $150 Nike hoodie because he claims that it's fresh, right? That's what I kind of make fun of. But I don't see that like it's a different situation, I guess. It's a claim about it being fresh while also you have made no. Wait, hold on. I've made fun of Witset's blouses. I mean, I bought a blouse to mock him, like, but he was wearing like a mesh shirt, dude. That was, and also because he parades himself as this, macho man, and that was the gayest thing I've ever seen anyone wear ever. And I've literally DJ gay nightclubs.
Split, but these are the numbers we are seeing here. Okay, that's not acceptable numbers. That shows that there's a problem here with the primary evidence.
I mean, if that is the case, I can see that argument.
And oh, by the way, like I said, I welcome all criticism and I thank you for it. You're not going to be able to get away with that with David Wood. If you criticize people like that, and like, for example, let's just say, Wood, these numbers look terrible. You seriously need to get back on modern day debate and start contacting Bart Ehrman, Richard Carey, and other people and Rabbi Tobias, and start really showing us that this book is reliable. You just see what will happen to you, Issa. You will be ostracized by them. You'll be called a dawagandist. They're not nice guys like me because they're not.
No, you're not a nice guy either, Nadir.
He calls Issa a hypocrite. How is that nice?
No, that is awful. And wait, hold on. I think it's coming like right away.
True apologists, Issa. They're con artists. They're deceiving themselves and they're deceiving you. And I think you know that. I think
the level of projection on that comment is IMAX with Dolby Atmos sound.
You will not be able to criticize Wood as freely as you can criticize me. It's just not going to happen. Would you agree with that?
I mean, we've never had any conflicts.
I want to observe the lights in the sky. Will you host me? Yeah, for sure. Of course. We did a full stream on that, and that is always a lot of fun looking at the sky, whether it's the sun, the stars. Of course I would host you, my friend. I have a soft spot for you, Basil. I like it. Sometimes you're very funny. Is FTFE's fashion choice any better? Come on. But the difference is that FTFE just wears whatever he wants, and like, have you ever seen him make a comment? It only gets brought up when you point out that he just wears Fred Perry. Like, so I don't know. But Witsit buys $150 Nike hoodies while while also begging for money. So that's a little bit weird. I can be a hero like MC Toon, definitely.
Try it. Just try it. Say, hey, listen, walk these numbers to him. Say, I looked at your numbers on modern day debate. You're not defending. There's no case for Christ which is being made on it. You should be doing it. Just talk to him about these things and see what happens to you. It won't be pretty. I can tell you. And I think you know that, right?
Maybe it's never been really a concern. I think in our conversations, in our dialogues, I mean, I think it's a very personal thing for him of why he became a Christian. He had a very powerful
it's about
spiritual
the
experience.
split. We're talking about the split. What topics are you debating here? I think that so the lack of debate on certain critical core topics like the reliability of the Bible, church fathers, are they really reliable? Is Paul a true apostle? The lack of debate on that is being questioned here. Why do we not see any debates from you on this? I think if you were to question him on that,
because they don't feel like it, dude. Those debates have been happening for 2,000 years. I mean, Christians debate that among Christians themselves. You have people doing sola scriptura versus church tradition. I mean, we just had one of those on MTD. I find that extremely boring. But, and also I wasn't a big fan of any of the two debaters there. It was the Shelley hate preacher and also this other doofus. What's his name? Shoot, I forgot. Hold on. 1 second. What's his freaking name? It was, Pastor Shelley versus Jay Dyer. Like, I don't like either of those two people, so we kind of skipped that one. Lately, MDD has been suffering of the same topics over and over, like feminism and just boring topics all over. And boring, like people that I really don't want to watch.
That it won't be pretty.
I mean, it would be interesting if you're taking like a Muslim position towards it. I mean, his counterclaim would be like, well, Islam accepts all of this. Like, even if you look at earlier,
you're not understanding, Issa. I'm saying there needs to be a debate between. Well, first of all, David Wood needs to be proactive. He needs to go after like the Richard Carriers, Bart Ehrman, and say, I can prove the Bible is reliable and it's trustworthy. So, like, for example, I don't know if you ever read the Bible. When I pick up the Bible, it could be New Testament, about 1 minute in, I start asking questions. Is this really the words of Jesus? I mean, are these really authentic words? And I start having doubts. Who wrote this stuff? So you've got to satisfy those doubts with evidence.
So, Nadir, you're literally showing that you have a double standard. When you read the Quran, do you know if those are the words of Muhammad? Or do you just accept it based on doctrine, that those are the words of Muhammad and that's it? Right? Do you put the same scope of analysis for your own beliefs, or are you just trying to attack the Bible?
Yeah. What do you feel is problematic of the gospel? Like what he says? Like, I never saw anything that really was kind of shocking or appalling to me. Maybe for my own kind of personal background.
So both the Quran and the Bible gave the answer on alcohol. The Bible gave the wrong answer.
No. Again, the Bible has one ritual drink that you take a sip of alcohol that is meant to be you accepting the blood of Jesus' sacrifice as a symbolic thing, right? And eating the body of Christ, basically kind of a symbolic reproduction of the Last Supper, that kind of a thing. And no one would give, in that ritual, no one would give a pregnant woman alcohol. That's it. It's not a big deal.
And he completely ignores all the historic stuff about Islam and alcohol, and he talks about
Oh
this. Issa's
Yeah,
explained that before.
Yeah, I also know the story that the prohibition of alcohol comes gradually. That is part of the abrogation verses, because I mean, alcohol wasn't prohibited from zero, like from allowance to total prohibition. It was a gradual thing, and it started because people were going to the prayer services drunk, right? And it's not potentially not the best situation to go. But yeah, Nadir, you're being blatantly double standard here with this.
That's one appalling thing, and it has caused the alcoholism of American Indians. It's caused fetal alcohol syndrome.
For fuck's sake. Fetal alcohol syndrome doesn't affect men. Like, men that drink have no influence on fetal alcohol syndrome. So your argument is flawed. It's infinitesimal. Because like even women that are not pregnant also don't get this problem. Nadir.
You don't understand. It's 6 scientific facts. 6 of them.
Oh my God.
So that's the first point. There are a lot of wrong teachings in the Gospels from a scientific point of view, but that's we could get into that. But what I want you to look at the split over here. It needs to be 80-20, as I pointed out, at least as I understand it, or it could be something within that neighborhood. But we are seeing that the mandatory debates are like 0.01, and the optional debates, which is more of a supportive type of discussion. Like, for example, if you're not accepting the primary evidence showing for the reliability of the Bible, then yes, definitely.
Basil says, isn't this amazing? Zeta 2 equal pi squared over 6. Why don't we talk more about that? Look, Basil, we have a section of academic. If you ever want to come and show me cool math, you're free to do so. Like, you know, my email is on the channel description. You can contact me on Discord. I would be glad to have anyone, like I offer Clive Wells, if he wanted to do anything about math, regarding math for the academic section. And I would be definitely down. I have no clue what this means, but if you want to show it to me, then I would be more than glad to listen to you. I'm a huge nerd. I love learning. So if you want to see more of that on the channel, feel free. Contact me. We can arrange it 100%. Thank you for the super chat.
Talk about how the Quran confirms its reliability to get the Muslim over the hump. I mean, that's the way it should work. Okay, but these numbers are not acceptable. Do you see that? Or that? I mean, do you see?
I understand what you're saying, but I don't know if what is the purpose of the numbers. Like, that's what I'm not completely understanding. Like, how do we define what reliability is? What makes something
well, that's what the Christians see. That's what the Christians need to come out and state clearly on, is this book reliable or not? Like, for example, what the Christians want the Muslims to believe is that the Bible has never been changed and it is absolutely reliable. You could put 100% confidence.
No, that's not the Christian claim. You're projecting the Muslim claim into the Bible.
It's so much projection. He's doing what all the same people who come to the Islamic debaters do. They obsess over the book. Our religion, our beliefs, they're not tied to a book like that. You can burn a book. Who cares about a book? Christians are thinking the same thing. They don't care about attacks on the Bible. Who cares? Their religion is not obsessing over a Bible.
Right. And it's a Muslim kind of a thing, this idea of the perfect preservation of the book, which is kind of weird to me because to make that argument, you have to ignore a huge chunk of the history of the Quran, the burning of the Quran, the different qira'at, the different ahruf, and there's a whole bunch of problems.
It's
Then
like
we
he
also
doesn't know about any of that. Like he doesn't know about Taqiyya. He doesn't know about taquitos either.
And we also have to, I don't know, it's like the whole idea of the chains of transmission and memorization. Those to me at face value are just like, oh yeah, okay, you have a chain of people that memorize the Quran for 700 years. Like, I'm going to grab my controller and press X to out on that, right? And then we have also the hadith, something we've discussed a couple of times. Like, okay, the hadith science and all of that, right? Like, how does that make any kind of sense? Ooh!
I'm sure Issa's explained that the hadith.
I have a surprise for everyone. Check it. We have Nadir here. Yellow.
Oh, salam alaikum, rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Nadir.
Hey, walaikum salam. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. How about yourself, brother?
I'm
doing well. Sorry I'm late for my own party.
MashaAllah.
Don't know if I would call that a party. Hold on, let me adjust the freaking volume. There we go. All right. Let me read this. I would genuinely love to talk about paganism and the like, but I have social anxiety and got tons of branches sects. Okay. I mean, you know, we can arrange that. Anytime. I mean, of course, if we're talking paganism, you're going to get some pushback, but yeah, of course, no problem. All right, Nadir, how you doing? Hello? Oh, no. What is happening? Hello?
Live, Nadir, live. Breathe, my brother. He's dead, Jim. He's dead, Jim.
Cat's got his tongue.
Oh, like in the Looney Tunes cartoon, and the cat holds up.
What's happening, Nadir? Did you mess your mic up? Because we heard you and refreshing. Okay. Okie dokie. What's going on? What's going on in the chat? Basil, are you making people hate you again? I think Allah went after his internet provider again. He moved from Kaja's to Nadir's. Now, it's okay. It's okay. He'll be back. He'll be back. Like the Terminator. So while we wait,
we need a good moment in the video to really show how Nadir didn't let Issa talk anyway.
Basil, I'm persecuted for telling the truth. Come on. No one persecutes you. I literally just invited you. Like, if you want to come and show me some cool math, like, for example, the Riemann hypothesis thing that you say that you know it's true. If you ever want to come and show me why it's true and explain that to me, I would be delighted to do that. But you know that this is mostly entertainment. Like, if people don't come here for knowledge, they come for the wackiness of Max. All right, we got Nadir back. Give us a mic check.
Oh, hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, let me.
Okay.
It's a little bit loud, but I'll fix that. All right, so Nadir, so far you've talked about the whole fetal alcohol syndrome, Nadir. Who does fetal alcohol syndrome affect? What's the prerequisite for it to be a thing?
Well, that affects, women
Right?
I'm sorry, what's that?
That are women that are pregnant.
Well, yeah, pregnant women, and they may not even know.
So
that
if
they're
I
pregnant.
drink, it has no effect on a woman, right?
If you drink,
Yeah.
right. If the man drinks, it's not going to affect the woman.
So that debunks your argument, correct?
No.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, how would that debunk my
because
argument?
your argument applies offhand. 50% of the population is discarded from your argument, and then also a whole bunch more people in that remaining 50% are also discounted if they are not pregnant. So this argument is infinitesimal.
No. You might have a misunderstanding, Max.
No, I don't.
First of all, this is not my recommendation that you should drink no alcohol. That is something which is clearly what the scientific community say. They say the ills
that is incorrect.
Okay, if I'm
just
wrong
a
about
blatant lie.
Okay. Can I show you a reference? So I'm not making up this science. I'll show it to you.
Oh, you are. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's find out.
You can show whatever you want. I'll show you a reference that says that drinking alcohol in moderation is perfectly fine and actually healthy.
Okay, but I think you're misunderstood. There's a couple of parts of this argument.
Stop saying I misunderstand, because I understand this way more than you do.
Okay. When you are dealing with a situation when, first of all, the whole knowledge of fetal alcohol syndrome and what it can do to children, what it can do to
I know exactly what it does.
Just let me finish what I'm about to say. When that knowledge is not present, then in that specific situation, then the right answer, without a doubt, is no. Nobody should be drinking any alcohol, because you got women and children.
While pregnant.
But right? when you don't know that this is gonna, like, for example, I'm talking about like in the year 1902, when this knowledge was not present. So in this situation, the right answer, without a doubt, is no. Unless you know the harms and who can drink it, when and why, then the right answer, to be on the safe side, no, because you got pregnant women, you got kids. And so this knowledge wasn't made available until recently. So and even now, I want to show you the reference which I was mentioning. People think, okay, well, moderate amount of drinking is okay. That's been debunked by the scientists.
No, it hasn't.
Okay, allow me to show you the article. I'm going to share my screen.
I've been waiting.
Okay, here's the article from CNN Health. No amount of alcohol.
Can you give me a study? Can you give me actually a scientific paper?
Yes, it's in here. If you read the article, it talks about the scientific paper. It says no amount of alcohol is good for your overall health, global study says. It says over here, this is a study which they're quoting. University of Cambridge epidemiologist Stephen Vella co-authored a separate study published in April in The Lancet, found that drinking is beneficial in lowering the risk for heart attack. However, that study's big takeaway was that even one drink a day could shorten life expectancy. And it goes on about, this is the overall conclusion. What all the scientists do agree, that many studies have shown that the overall health risk outweighs any benefits. And we now know that drinking any amount of alcohol damages the brain. Okay, so we can say the kuffar, they are brain damaged. Okay, this is the study right here. So no doctor.
What is the definition of the kuffar?
Non-believers.
No, it's not.
Okay, well, you got a different definition than I do.
Okay.
Nadir, do you know what taquito is?
What is what?
Do you know what a taquito is? Taquito?
No, I don't know.
Oh. Well, that makes it less funny. But do you know what Taqiyya is?
Oh, Taqiyya. Yeah. Me and what's his name? The person. Yeah. I know what Taqiyya is. Okay, and the Taqiyya is running away from defending the Bible, which the Christians. No. This is Taqiyya.
Using the word Taqiyya wrong. I knew you didn't know what taquitos were. I knew it. I was just hungry. But shit.
Look, the deceiver is clear. Look, let me make something very clear to you guys. The one who is always ready to debate and leading the debate on all the topics, whether it be science, whether it be preservation of the Quran, whatever it may be, they're not the ones doing the taqiyya. The taqiyya people who are doing the deception are the people who run and hide from these debates. So I'm an honest
brother.
I love that you're lying right now.
Yeah, taqiyya does not even literally translate to deception.
Okay, is this taqiyya which I'm showing you inside the chat here? Or I'm sorry, no, this is a CNN study that drinking any amount of alcohol causes
That is a
damage to the
CNN
brain.
article.
Okay, what's wrong with CNN?
It's a news article. What I would like to read is the scientific paper.
Okay, so now you're putting down CNN, right?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about the news.
Okay,
You know what I like? When we talk science, we read the scientific papers, not the news.
Okay, I want you to understand something, to Nadir. Taqiyya means prudence or fear. It's the ability to govern and discipline yourself, emphasizing cautious wisdom and sound judgment. So you're using the word entirely wrong.
Okay, I don't care. I'm gonna be honest.
You're a Muslim.
More
As
news.
long as the law, you should care. Wallahi.
Well, so the problem here, the problem here is the Bible gave the wrong answer. The Quran gave the right answer.
No, it didn't, because it's a ritual, and your argument, middle of a sentence. No, it didn't, because it's a ritual thing. They take a sip of wine, and there is no Christian in the right mind that would even give a pregnant woman alcohol in today's world. So, because the argument is infinitesimal, it's meaningless.
Well, I think.
Do you know what infinitesimal means?
No, I don't know, but it's a very stupid argument you're presenting. Allow me to respond.
Oh, that's adorable. You don't even know the crucial word of my argument, which is infinitesimal, meaning it only applies to a very, 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 very small, minuscule, microscopic fraction of the population, which is women that are currently pregnant. And you want to make it into a general argument that just
I'm giving you another reference. You didn't want CNN, and unfortunately,
I don't want YouTube videos. I want scientific studies. I want you to give me the paper.
Dr. Seth Capehart, MD. It states very clearly, and he states very clearly, there is no amount of alcohol that is good for you. So your moderate drinking stuff has been debunked by them. It's not me who's debunking it. Okay, so I've given you CNN. I'm giving you Dr. Seth Capehart. The reason why I'm not giving you studies is because I didn't pay for the subscription for CNN over here. If I scroll down, it's going to make me pay, but I can get it for you. It's not a problem. If you want the actual study CNN is quoting, but what you should understand, what you should understand, well, let me ask you a question. What country are you from?
From Nanya, as in beeswax.
Okay, well, let me explain to you how it works in CNN, Fox News, ABC News. To work in the science department inside these areas, you got to be top notch. Okay, so the politics and
that is just bullshit.
Okay, well, see, that's because Max, you're uneducated. To get a job at CNN in the science department, you've got to be pretty
uneducated.
Okay? Bullshit.
Okay, well,
I'm calling. Prove it.
Okay, well, Max, you can talk to people in journalism.
So you're not going to prove it. Okay, moving on.
Yeah. No, I can prove it. Wait, Max, I can prove it to you. You see, Max, the problem is, let me ask you a question. Do you even have a college education?
Asking me a question is not proving anything.
Well, if you talk to the
Nadir, you talked all over the person who has multiple PhDs when you debated them. I don't think it matters who does
to say that
degree here. Not either way, you're just going to keep talking. I'm very upset of the way you just spoke over Issa Kabir for 90 minutes in your debate with him. You never let the man talk. Do you not have any respect for your other Muslim brothers?
No, I don't agree. I think I let him talk. He was cornered.
You didn't let him talk at all. You let him talk about as much as I just let you talk, which I'm sorry. Let me let you talk now.
Well, no. I think I gave him a fair opportunity, and he had every opportunity to make his case. I make sure that's the case. But going back to Max's point, I'm just explaining to you my understanding. When you work in the news department, in CNN, Fox News, all these places, you're pretty much in journalism. Is when the journalists, they dream of these type of jobs. That's like they take the cream of the crop. To be very honest,
have you worked for CNN?
Okay. No, I didn't. But you can. No, hold on a second. The problem is I'm giving you references from CNN, and it's all being rejected. And now the second reference from Dr. Seth Capehart, MD, that's being all rejected. And now you want me to give you the exact study? Okay, yeah. I guess I could do that.
Because in science, no one in science cares or even looks at what CNN says. What you have to look at is the study. The study itself. Okay, if Matt, you don't bring me the study, then you're not quoting science. This falls apart. And Astrocade for $2 says science journalism is notorious for bad science. Okay, that comes from a NASA, someone who works for NASA. So I will stick with Kate rather than your uninformed opinion. Thank you.
So the problem is that the references which I've presented in my debates and which I'm presenting to you right here, it's not that you really researched it yourself. It's just that you want to see the actual study. So you can't say my argument is debunked by, okay.
So I can debunk your argument without that because I told you it applies to an infinitesimal percentage of the population. So it's silly.
Well, you've just rejected, how many references did you reject? You rejected Seth Carpenter.
You gave nothing.
You rejected 2 CNN articles. This one's by
don't care what CNN says.
Lamont, and you rejected this one right here, which is
not a scientific paper.
Okay,
you're failing. If you want to present your position as you're making a scientific case for the Quran, you're failing miserably.
Okay. Because the reason why is because when we talk about CNN, when we talk about quoting experts like this, that should be good enough to show that they're not misrepresenting the study.
It's not. Give me the paper. The scientific paper. Whoa, Kaja. You roboted again. Sorry.
Okay. Max, I can get you the paper. That's not a problem. But my concern here,
when we can speak about that when you gave me the paper.
Before you said my argument was debunked, you should have asked me for the paper, or you should have went to the CNN article because you should have went to this article. You should have grabbed the paper and you should have went in there before you made any conclusions on my argument here. Okay.
No, because I can debunk your argument based on another premise, which is that your argument applies to an infinitesimal percentage of the population. If I get drunk right now, I have 0 influence on fetal alcohol syndrome, and that just breaks your argument wide open.
No, but what? Okay, let's.
Yes, it does.
Okay, hold on a second. Now you wanted to see the study. I will show you the study on fetal alcohol syndrome. Okay. So here we go.
Nadir, what effect do I have if I get absolutely shit-faced right now on fetal alcohol syndrome? Is that a number amount 0?
No, but it does clean. As far as fetal alcohol syndrome, no, but it does kill your brain cells. Okay, but now here's a study which is on fetal alcohol syndrome.
Right, so on the fetal alcohol syndrome, that only applies to an infinitesimal part of the population, which is women who are currently pregnant, correct?
Right, for the pregnant women, yes.
Right. So how does that argument affect me again? It doesn't.
Well, no, not you, but it affects those women and their offspring when they're born with defects. Now, we've also seen.
But it doesn't apply to me, right?
No, not to you.
It doesn't apply to 50% of the population, which is all men on the planet, correct?
Yeah. But the point here is that the right answer, especially when you don't know, like for example,
there is no right answer.
The right
because
answer.
You can have alcohol in moderation.
No, they're telling you how. Let's go. Okay. The problem is you're rejecting all the references I'm giving you from CNN.
Yeah, because you haven't given me papers.
Okay, so let's do this before you say anything more stupid. Let me get you those references, and you can read it yourself. You can read the studies yourself. But I don't think you're going to do very much with it because it seems like you don't. It seems to me you don't have a college education. I'm just guessing, and you certainly don't have a science background where you're going to read through all this stuff and you're going to try to figure it out.
And you do again. What's your degree?
Well, my degree was in religious studies.
Oh, so you don't have a science background either. So we're in equal conditions, aren't we?
You're right. I don't want to go through. Okay, so Max,
you try to bash me and you shot yourself in the foot. Not good
job.
No,
Max, the difference between me and you is that I'm going to go to CNN. I'm going to go and rely on the experts and scholars to basically interpret that data.
You're relying on reporters and not experts and scholars. If you want to rely on if you want to rely on the scholars, you would read the paper and not the news article on it.
Okay, let's Google these people. Amy, we can look her up on LinkedIn. Amy Woodyard, and let's
give me the paper. I don't care what what's her face says.
Okay, let's look at what her resume is. Let's see what.
I don't give a fuck, Nadir. Give me the paper.
No, the point which I'm trying to explain to you. You asked me, well, okay, do you have a science background? My point to you here.
No, you asked me, stop lying. Nadir, lying here is not going to get you anywhere.
People like you and me, we should rely on people like Amy and other than them.
No, people like you and me should read the papers. Not, I don't care what CNN says. I'd rather go to Nadir. I'd rather go to the source than get a hearsay option of a hearsay opinion of a journalist. And Astrocate gives me a link here. Moderate alcohol can improve health outcomes.
Yeah, that's
so we're going. You know what we're going to do now? We're going to pull up an actual scientific paper that disproves your position.
It's been addressed in the articles I gave you. It says, yes, there is some good, but the overall health risks outweigh any benefit. So what you are presenting to us proves nothing. You're trying to convince us, going against the medical studies, saying that, well, and I'll get you the study saying that, oh, yeah, sure, you could drink a little bit of alcohol. Okay, that is but stupid in light of the fact that we now know that the Muslim women are 50 times less likely. That means the Christian women are 50 times more likely to give birth to a fetal alcohol syndrome.
Citation required.
Here's a study right here. Why the hell would anybody do this? Okay, this is crazy.
You're not showing that. You're not showing the study, Nadir. You're lying again.
This is the study. I just made a screenshot. This is the actual study. I'm quoting from the European Child of Adolescent Psychiatry, this is the article right here, the Casual Web of Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorders, a review and causal diagram. This is their conclusion.
Again, Nadir, even if you're correct, that argument only applies to women who are currently pregnant.
That's good enough.
That's what you don't have. No, but it's 50% of the population that is completely unaffected, and then a whole bunch of other women that are not currently pregnant that are also unaffected by this.
Okay, well, sure. There's a smaller group of people who are affected, Max, but we should not overlook them. That's a really stupid thing you're saying.
It's infinitesimal, and everyone knows that pregnant women shouldn't drink alcohol, smoke cigarettes, or do drugs. That is
no, Max, you're not understanding the problem here. Let me articulate. The problem is too. You said everyone knows. Well, yeah, everyone knows now after 1972 when it was first discovered. Well, what about before 1972 when we didn't know about these things? That's the problem. And so what we have here.
But wait, do you think that the Quran that Muhammad had any idea about fetal alcohol syndrome? Are you that delusional?
Okay, hold on. Let me first deal with your first.
Answer the question.
Yes, I do believe that. Okay.
No. You're completely delusional. Okay. Wait. Let me prove it now. Do you think that Mark Reed agrees with you?
The who?
Mark Reed.
Yeah, Mark Reed agrees with the fact that the Quran corrected the scientific errors of the
Nadir,
Bible.
I did warn you that you shouldn't come here to lie, didn't I?
Hey, don't talk to me that way. I came here to put
I
you.
will speak to you however the fuck I will,
Okay.
then please.
Okay, well then you know what? I'm not going to put up with your crap. But if you got Mark over here, I could school him.
Yeah,
And-
you
yeah.
couldn't school a puppy, motherfucker.
Okay.
You are a liar, Nadir. Even your
Okay.
own video shows it.
I'm not going to deal with this anymore. Bye.
Go run away, fucking bitch.
Oh damn! I didn't get a chance to take him to task over Issa. Mashallah.
Hold on. I have a couple of super chats. Basil for $10. How would you describe the characteristic of your followers that are convinced they're geniuses because they don't believe in flat Earth? I think you might be overinflating. I don't think people here. There's not many people here that would claim that they're geniuses. Who claims to be? Can you give me like I don't know, a timestamp, a citation, anything that would someone claiming to be a genius? You have made arguments about early universe cosmology. You don't have the expertise to make those arguments. Can you acknowledge that? Again, Basil, you're kind of lying right now, because I did say that I heard, I watched some videos of in the Skydive Phil channel, and I did say that the connection, like the idea that appeals most to me is that. And whenever I made the argument, when I was having a discussion with Whitsitt, I think, that I was using that as an example. I wasn't affirming it as true. I said that's a hypothesis that I lean towards the most. And I was actually pointing that argument as an explanation of how you don't need a creator, which was the argument that was being made against me, right? So Basil, I think we should put things clear. What a freaking Nadir moment that was.
Yeah, it has my audio.
When it comes to alcohol, there are studies, but Nadir says that Mohammed knew about fetal alcohol syndrome, right? Now, I can't accept that. That is just not true. Because even in the justification on the verses of the Bible, that on the Quran, that they gradually remove alcohol consumption, it's not even mentioned. And Nadir doesn't understand that his argument applies to an infinitesimal part of the population. So it's a silly argument, right?
He has kind of a temper.
Yeah, like...
He wasted no time calling you stupid. He started questioning your education right away when you had said nothing to warrant it.
Yeah, I mean, I have a thick skin, like no doofus like Nadir, so I'm going to make me feel bad.
Because you weren't bragging about your degree, you must not have one.
Yeah. No, I don't. I couldn't go to college because I work 8 hours a day since the
I have a degree, but you didn't see me name drop it on him.
Right.
I don't think that's a fair defense.
I work 8 hours a day since 3 months after I turned 18. So I had to drop out of college. But it is part of my, my bucket list to, if I'm ever able to not work 8 hours a day and I am able to go back to college, I would love to get my biochemistry license. That's what I really love. What's your basis for leaning that way? I don't know. That's what I heard a bunch of arguments, and that's the one that makes sense to me the most. Why is that wrong? It's not.
I've got a conspiracy theory.
Okay.
That people like Nadir and Daniel Pikachu are being paid by some like big organization to come misrepresent Islam. Did you hear his response when I gave him the definition of taqiyya? His response is,
yes.
I don't care that that's the definition. He wants to say it's taqiyya to say that you can trust the Bible.
Right.
That makes no sense. It literally makes no sense. Ugh. What a headache.
1 second. Well, vibes, no. I mean, like, when it comes to cosmology, there's a bunch of ideas, right? You have the looping universe, and there's a lot more that I don't remember the specifics right now. And I watched a bunch of videos, and I that's the one that made the most sense to me. But it's not vibes, because they went into the explanation, but they also say, all of them, that we might be like forbidden to actually investigate that far, right? I don't know. I think the next level would be to do more studies into black hole physics, right? And maybe we could get some more info. But Basil, you're derailing the show. Like, come on. Hold on, because of course I need to email this doofus. Into my house to try and insult me. Take crap from liars. And you run the instant I showed the evidence of you lying. You know what's funny? People that think that I'm uneducated and they completely forget that this is my second language. So I don't know. It happens a lot. Oh, fuck, I lost Kaja. I apologize. I am the only one that super chats. That's fine. Look, you know I'm super grateful when you super chat. And you know that I also read your comments when you do not super chat. And you also know that I never ask people to super chat. If they want to super chat, that's awesome. If they don't, I will do the show anyway, and that I will continue. Right? So, yeah, I mean, that's fine. Basil, you know that even when you don't do, I mean, this is not a particular thing that our audience is more likes the most. Whenever we do Flat Earth, like, we get way more people watching and people jump in more with super chat and so on. You seem to think that gives you some kind of control over me, and I'm kind of actually bored of explaining that the money is a great benefit, but it's not the reason why I do this. And I will ask you right now, what is the one reason why I do all of this? What is the one reason that I always say the same thing? Why do I do this? And you can send a regular chat.
We need to get taquitos after this show.
Wait, what was that? Can you explain that to me, what you asked and Nadir didn't know?
Oh, so he uses the word taqiyya not like a Muslim word.
Not taqiyya, the other one you said.
Oh, taquitos?
Yes.
Taquitos are like, they're like super mini tacos wrapped around some meat. It's like deep fried mini burritos.
Oh,
it's
nice.
a really bad way to explain it.
Basil, answer the question, please. Why do I do this? And it's not a sad commentary on people wanting entertainment. Can you, Basil, can you please answer why do I do this? Oh, it's taquitos. Is that it? Taquitos?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I was good. If he said he knew what taquitos were, I was going to ask him to explain them. and it was good. There was some jest at that point. His explanation of Taqiyya was even worse than his simple, I don't know what taquitos are.
Oh, I was telling you before you dropped out that it's always funny when people try and call me an educator, and I use words in their native language that they don't even know, because I asked Nadir what's infinitesimal and he doesn't even know what that word means, which is kind of funny when I know more words than native English speakers.
Is he a native English speaker?
Yeah, I mean, he's American.
What?
Basil, this is not why. I do enjoy the attention, but the main reason is because I have a shitload of fun doing this. And if you were honest, and if you were actually paying attention and not whatever it is that you do here and on other streams, you would know that I do this because I have fun. And the day that I don't have fun anymore, I'll just leave, and that will be the end of it.
I respect that. It's the same way. Same reason I'm here is we're just chilling and having fun.
Right? We make jokes. I got to meet a lot of people. If I ever get over to the US, I have many places that people have volunteered for me to stay and to go over and hop from state to state. Like, it's awesome. It's fantastic. But the day that I don't have fun anymore, I'll just quit.
Yeah,
and that will be I'll go do something else. Right? No,
you'll be welcome to stay at my place when you're in the neighborhood, inshallah.
You got it. I'll make you some homemade empanadas to repay the favor.
Oh man, yeah. Hook me up.
That's the one reason that I'm so successful with the ladies. I cook really, really well. I swear. If I manage to get a lady over for a meal, like for dinner, it's a done deal. All right, let's continue.
That you're reading authentic material. Okay, great. We want to see evidence for this stuff. We want to see this type of evidence being debated with Dr. Bart Ehrman, Richard Carrier, Rabbi Tobias, and the names go on. We want to see those debates where you really can defend these claims. But that's not happening. And I'm questioning the lack of debate on that.
Basil says, I like you because I accept you are authentic. I can still make critiques and point out grifters like FTFE. Fine. I mean, that's fine. And I do try to be authentic. Like, if I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong. Like the other day, I got corrected on something that I was very adamant. I was saying that all combustions have a byproduct of water. And I was like almost sure that was the case. But I got corrected and I was like, yeah, I was wrong. Now I know better that there are combustions that don't have water as a byproduct. So like, yeah, I don't have problem in saying that I'm wrong. And so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Who's Rabbi Tobias?
Oh, yeah. Here, let me see if I can show you his YouTube page. He's really good. Rabbi. I'm sorry, Tobias.
Oh, Rabbi you're talking about Tovia, Rabbi Tovia.
I'm sorry, I mispronounced.
Oh, I met Rabbi Tovia Singer.
Oh, wonderful! Really, where'd you meet him?
Good friend. Yeah, I met him in New Jersey.
Oh.
He's a very amazing man. I met his father. We prayed together. He's a very amazing man. Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah. So the expectation here is that you should appear on his YouTube channel and defend the New Testament's reliability. Another one. Have you ever been to Myth Vision? Myth Vision.
It sounds familiar. I saw.
Yeah.
Why is he appealing to like? Yeah, of course, Tovia argues against the Christians, and in the debate between Christians and Tovia, I think Tovia is correct because I think Christians are wrong about Jesus, right? But Nadir, why don't you debate Tovia? Because Tovia will also debate that Muhammad is a false prophet and that Allah is not God. So again, another double standard. Myth Vision, another atheist channel that would also say that the Quran is also false. So I have no idea what Nadir is trying to do here. Like, absolutely lost.
This is so important that you go to this podcast and defend the Gospels here, okay? And so, like, for example, this guy brings in a lot of scholars to basically.
Oh, I did see this. I've seen this channel before.
Yeah, he's really good. And so, as a Christian, if you're honest, you need to go on these channels.
Nadir, where are you defending Islam in that channel? Because again, you're asking something of the Christians, which you do not do.
And start debating and defending and proving the Gospels are reliable. Okay, so that should be, I mean, am I wrong here? That should be 80% of your material. 20% should be the Quran confirming the reliability, because really you don't need this. If you got really good evidence right here, and that should be enough. And then if the Muslim is not accepting the primary evidence, then yes, go ahead and bring up the secondary evidence if it's true. But so that's the way it should be, Issa. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I would have a question. What would the Christian need to prove? What exactly would be the evidence they need to prove? Like, I think
got to show that this book is reliable. It has never been changed, and you can have full confidence in what you're reading is authentic.
Well, I think that standard of not being changed is not important to a Christian. That's not a standard that they care about. You know what I mean? It's divinely inspired. It doesn't have to be perfectly preserved.
No, that's not true. They're trying to convince the Muslim that it's never been changed. They're trying to convince that's what the Quran confirms reliability to.
No, we just talked about this. That is a projection of a doctrine that comes from the Muslims. I've never, ever, ever heard a Christian say that the Bible is perfectly preserved. Never. Once. Not once. Have you ever heard anything like that, Kaja?
No, I've never heard that from any Christians that I know. It's not important. And we already know that the Bible's not written until well after Jesus is dead.
Correct.
And,
we know
and
that
really,
most only the more fundamentalist Christians would say that Matthew, that the titles of the Gospels are the people who wrote it. Most honest Christians will say, "Oh yeah, they're anonymous," and that's it. Not a problem.
We're still supposed to see it as the Word of God.
The
Bible is corrupt only through interpretation.
Correct. They lie about what the Bible says. And I would dare say that verse in the Quran has a problem of, when it mentions that they lie about what the Bible, what their scriptures say, because at that time they didn't the translations into Arabic weren't widespread. So you have a group of Jews that have a book in Hebrew, and they can pretty much willy-nilly lie about it, because who's going to fact check them on that, right?
Yes,
that's how I see that.
There were so many people who just couldn't read or write.
That besides from also that, but then you have people who might be able to communicate with other people in, kind of language, intermediate language, right? But being bilingual in ancient times was a pretty extremely rare thing, right?
And the Quran is also corrupt through interpretation. That's why we get groups like Boko Haram and ISIL.
Yes. Yeah, I mean,
the perfect preservation doesn't help corrupt interpretation and literal interpretation. It's not supposed to be interpreted literally. It's a spiritual text interpreted spiritually.
Yeah. And again, I don't. There are also some problems when you do that, but I agree that it's a better way than taking them like literally, or even like saying bullshit like the Quran is scientific when it's clearly not.
I really wanted to ask Nadir why he would call Issa a hypocrite. Like, he has no basis to call Issa a hypocrite.
No way. I mean, especially when he comes here trying to insult like my intelligence, asking me where I'm from. That is pretty sus.
That was bothering me a lot. He really wanted to get in these snide insults to you. He called you stupid. He called you that one other thing that I reacted to. I can't remember it now.
Uneducated.
Yeah, uneducated, like bullshit. Total bullshit.
Now, I didn't want to go into the whole thing, but it doesn't bother me. I have never experienced like attempts at discrimination until I got into the debate space. But that being said, when people try to go after me for being, a third worlder and so on, I usually have a clapback that leaves them silent, which is like, yeah, I may be a third worlder, but you're losing a debate to a third worlder whose native language isn't even English and who is at this moment, right now, barefoot. So, like, ew. That's the only thing I can tell you. Like, ew.
I like this comment about come on down to Muhammad's used camel tent just off the road to Medina.
Bismillah. Basil says, for $5, thank you so much. Was Basil correct about modern day debate being a Christian nationalist channel? Right now, I would say yes. There seems to be a change in the framing of the channel. I don't think that they're outwardly saying it, but if you're taking a look at some of the debates, there are debates that are meant to exalt conservative values and make Islam look really bad, make feminism also look bad, and so on. So yeah, I couldn't say before because I don't think it was that clear, but it seems to be a more visible trend right now. So yeah. All right.
I think what's comment about there being 1,800 plus religions, it is clear that God has a huge communication problem. There's 124,000 prophets, according to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and even the Quran just says that Islam is not just for the Muslims, but for all the religions. So
yeah,
there's a communication problem there too, because most Muslims can't even process that properly.
I like Issa, for example. If you want to make if I had to do like a devil's advocate debate about Islam, right? I would say it unified the sort of warring tribes of Arabia under one banner, kind of civilized, gave us a little bit of the golden age of Islam, but that has a huge counter argument that then it's also responsible for the end of the golden age of Islam, in my opinion. I may be wrong, but it is. But I think that civilizing the Arabian tribes, I think that's a huge step. It has some problems as an argument, right?
What do you consider to be the end of the golden age of Islam?
When I don't remember the exact date, but basically when the doctrine of innovation kind of stood in the way of new things coming up. Oh, Issa, you missed the most epic Nadir crash out ever.
What happened? I'm sorry, my audio isn't working.
No, that's fine. I mean, it didn't go well for him. He came on, tried the fetal alcohol syndrome, got absolutely demolished on that, and then tried to lie to me about Mark Reed to my face. So I pulled up the email and he rage quit.
I see.
Call me stupid and uneducated, and that also didn't go well.
It was really stupid. I'm being pretty stupid by just spamming the word stupid too. There are plenty of other words. Nadir was pretty much an idiot. He was being a moron.
Yeah, I mean, he's being a really bad representative of Islam.
Totally embarrassing to Islam.
Yeah. Robin says, love you, Issa. We love Robin too. I'm sorry I didn't say hi, Robin. I saw you come in.
Do we think the end of the golden age is like when the Ottoman Empire dies, or
yeah, I guess you could say that. Let me refresh my memory.
because like when the Ottoman Empire dies, that's when Lawrence of Arabia with King Faisal is supposed to unify all of the countries there to become one unified Arabia. So we would have just had Arabia and Persia. Am I getting robotic again?
Yes, a little bit, but it's doable. Yeah, I guess when you could say that when the Abbasid Caliphate fell, right? The destruction of Baghdad was the catalyst, and I guess, yeah, the Mongol invasions and the Crusades. But what I wasn't talking more about the sociological aspects of it. Hold on, let's wait. Let me put this in order. Boom, boom. There we go. All right. Well, there we go. Kaja, I wasn't speaking more about the sociological, like the socio-geopolitical aspect of it. I was more referring to like the science, right?
Yes, the science. Yeah, that's fair.
I think, or it is my thoughts from what I've gathered about this period, that the religion got in the way of the science, which, I mean, we are very lucky that the Muslims were the ones that kept a lot of the works from the Greeks. They were the ones that developed distillation and a bunch of other advancements in algebra, math, and Al-Biruni measuring, developing a method to measure mountains and to calculate the circumference of the earth, and a bunch more.
And I like that. And again, Islam's not a monolith, so not all branches of Islam believe this, but my branch believes in the Big Bang and evolution and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that. Like,
oh, yeah.
I don't feel challenged believing in science as a Muslim. I get to feel like vaccines are a gift from God and things like that. Like, the literal answers to people's prayers who are getting sick.
I remember that you said that the last time, and that is like that is quite beautiful in a way.
It's how the ice maker was invented. Like there's like a hospital with a doctor, and all these people are dying. It's really hot. They all have fevers. He doesn't have enough ice to cool them down, so he invents a way to make ice in a box. And then the people who are shipping ice all over the world, they start hearing about this. And so they like write all these newspaper articles about how man-made ice is man playing God and how we can't allow humans to start playing God. So he dies poor and penniless. Nobody will buy his ice makers. And
I remember I saw that I think it was in Saudi Arabia that they developed a method to make ice in the desert. Like some big, it's a big construction that in the freezing temperatures of the night, they make ice, and then the construction is very useful to keep it frozen during the day. And I mean, that is pretty amazing, and that is also coming from the Muslims. So there are, I wouldn't dare say that everything about Islam is bad, but I do think that the religion at some point got in the way of continuing the path that they were on of innovation.
I always think it's crazy how deep the anti-science sentiment of religion runs. Like we literally can't make ice in a box. That's against God to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it would be, if I were a Christian, I would say like, oh, God gave us these tools, like these brains, to develop things so that we don't have to be, praying
Exactly.
for everything.
These are the
Right?
gifts that God gave us.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
We have the capability of, and even like, if, for example, if you're a Christian, it is kind of the sentiment that Adam and Eve have dominion over all things. So we're like literally bending nature to our will, because those faculties are there by God. So yeah, the anti-science sentiment makes no freaking sense in any point of view, really. Especially in today's world, where you have people using science, like computers, the internet, cell phones, etc., to advocate for anti-science position. That is just wild.
Now, I want to respond to what 2118 is saying here. And
This
growing up, I always felt closer to atheists and agnostics than I did to religious people.
I don't see that. Sorry, I don't see that. Which one is it?
He was saying
but
the Muslims he personally knows are very moderate and nice people, and they don't want to hurt or control other people.
oh
Many
yeah,
assume that he's a Christian, and only very few know he's an atheist.
I haven't met many Muslims in person. I did match with a Muslim lady on like a nap, but I don't know. She never replied back.
Mashallah.
I mean, that would have been a nice flag to plant. Sorry, I'm a freaking degenerate. Wait, what
If
words
you
of
say
wisdom?
so.
Oh, I am. Everyone knows that. It's not a secret. But I mean the good kind, right? The consenting kind of degenerate. Issa, will you participate in more math debates? Is this what you were saying? I'm distracted. Like we're doing some other stuff. Basil. I 100% am not halal. Yes. Okay, let's continue.
Debate is all about, that has never been changed. That's what they're literally telling us.
No one
Well,
believes
what
that.
I think the Christian argument is here is that they're saying, well, that's the Muslim argument. The Muslim argument is that these are all perfectly preserved texts. So this is from the Muslim position. They're saying in their position, they don't need that. They don't need the text to be perfectly preserved. They're saying, we're holding you to your standard.
Okay,
Our standard is a
okay.
different
So
standard.
if that's the case, then the debate needs to be on reliability. That in spite of it not being perfectly preserved, how can you still trust what this book is saying and have?
Because you have the book and you read it, right? And then you figure out, does it comport with reality? Now, I couldn't confidently make that argument because in my understanding, Jesus did not fulfill a single prophecy. But the Christians do have the apologetics for it. I don't buy them, but they do have them. And they do believe. And the funny part is that the Quran accepts Jesus as a major prophet and also the Messiah, and also that Jesus is coming back. So the central claims that Christianity makes about Jesus, the Quran is perfectly okay with that. There is no argument there. There is an argument about Jesus being crucified, but this is what I would say if I was a Muslim and I was faced with the Islamic dilemma. When you go from the Old Testament to the New Testament, there are things that are changed. For example, the Old Testament says over and over, you are meant to keep the law. Jesus says you're meant to keep the law. Then comes Paul, and Paul says you're not supposed to keep the law anymore. That is a change that everyone accepts, no problem. So the Quran kind of does, in the next step, the Quran does the same thing. It will appear to everyone that Jesus was crucified, but he wasn't. And following that line of reasoning, that argument is perfectly valid. There is absolutely no objection that I can think of.
I respect that you're able to decipher all that and make logic out of it internally. I always think that, like, internally for me, it doesn't matter if he was crucified or not. Same Jesus, same teachings, same after effects. No matter what happened, we're here today and we believe in Jesus.
Yeah.
God will take care of the rest.
Yeah. I don't see a problem. And whether it was crucified or not, kind of the central claims are pretty much the same, because whether Jesus is like God himself or just a prophet and the Messiah, then like the teachings are no. Wait, hold on. Will Issa explain what the true Jew believe? There is no such thing as a true Jew. So no religion is ever a monolith.
Wow. So Basil's actually talking about the topic about Muslims and Jews. It's really interesting.
And dude, this question is super weird. So don't answer that.
No, but I find it weird. I've never heard Basil ever talk about the topic. Like, ever. Like, actually anything to do about religion. It's always about anything except what we're talking about. So I'm like, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, I would take the position that Jews are not a monolith, Muslims are not a monolith, Christians aren't a monolith. So what is a true Jew?
On a broad scale, the Jews believe in the prophets like Moses, Jeremiah, all the prophets, and the kings, the judges. So basically, all of the Torah, right?
The Torah, Navim, Ketuvim, yeah.
Navim, Ketuvim, yes. Now, there are differences in interpretation because you have more Hellenistic Jews, and it also changes in time and changes in places, because there's different tribes, there's different things. You could make a historical argument of the transformation of the god El into Yahweh. Amalgamation, you're typing on my ear. Amalgamations and so on. So I mean, it's I think that it's like a whole show of a question, right? Dude, this is I mean, Issa has said that he's been to Israel, so like
Yeah, I've been three times.
Yeah,
I've gone with Jewish organizations. Yeah, so what? Like, what does that have to do with what we're talking about?
I like this one part of the chat. He asked, "Who funded your trips to Israel?" And then someone replies instantly, "Yo mama."
Oh, I love that. Yeah, Sonic CD is really on point. Sonic CD is kind of really smart.
Basil, you want to know who funded that? You. I grabbed all the money in super chats that you sent and I gave it to Issa so that he could go to Israel.
Oh,
how do you feel about that?
I also went to Ramallah. I also went to West Bank, and I went to Hebron, and I went to Sheikh Al Jarrah, and I went to Bethlehem. So I went to other places too. So just so you know.
Yeah, I mean that's Basil. That's a little bit like what people do with their own money, or how they finance like trips and stuff. That is maybe just a step too far, I think.
And the question is, why are we talking about Jews? We're talking about Islam here. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, I was giving a little bit maybe too much credence, where I was like, he's actually talking about something closer to our topic. It's not our topic, but it's closer to our topic. You're actually talking about religion instead of math, and conservatives are actually talking about religion, which blows my mind.
Am I dismissing that Issa was funded to go to Israel? That's not.
It's not relevant to what we're talking about.
I didn't know that plane tickets elsewhere were free.
It's not.
I actually paid for myself. I paid for my plane ticket to go. Time,
dude,
so,
Issa works like a shitload. On top of working, he studies and so on. So, yeah, I don't tend to like Basil. Do you care what I do with the money that you sent me? I mean, a lot of it goes to hookers and blow. Like, do you have a problem with that? No, that is that is just a joke. But Basil, like, what we do with our money is whose business is that? I don't know. It's
And
no one's.
I paid for it myself. So just to let you
Yeah.
know, I paid for all the plane tickets myself. I worked, I made money, and I paid for it. So
Yeah, dude. Issa was working with his leg not fully healed when he had his car accident. Like, come on. No. Dial it back. Just
Yeah, the ironic thing about Nadir's go-to being to debunk Christianity. If you debunk Christianity, you've successfully debunked Islam. Congratulations, Nadir.
Yeah, that has been our point for a very long time with Issa. That, like, okay, a lot of Christians, I've seen them saying, oh, Judaism is false. It's like, well, you cannot say that because you're kind of contingent on Judaism actually being true. A huge chunk of Christianity is Judaism, right? There are expansions and contradictions potentially if you want to get like tendentious on discussing that. But if Judaism is false, then it would follow that Christianity is also false.
No
right?
Moses means no Jesus means no Muhammad.
No, nothing. Yeah. And it tracks for Islam too. So I honestly don't know if they don't understand that, if they ignore that, if they think that they can somehow make Islam work in isolation. I honestly can't figure that out. It seems to be the case that they think that they can make Islam work in isolation, but the whole foundation is missing if you try to do that, for me at least.
Yeah, me too.
And I have no qualms in it. I mean, I think that all three religions are false, but I understand the logic of the interconnectivity in all of those, right?
Well, I was born into Islam. Both of my parents were Muslims, so just if Jesus is proved to be false, there's no way I can believe in Islam anymore, right?
Right? Yeah. But I also see that when you come, for example, if you're a Jew and you start evaluating some of the claims that Christians make, I think they have a case when it comes to some of the claims of the New Testament, for example. Don't know if you've ever watched a Jewish versus Christian debate or an atheist versus Christian. The biggest contention is that Jesus was not the Messiah, right? So, for example, take the virgin birth. You have to completely ignore the context of the verse in the original Hebrew that says "Ha alma hara," the young woman is with child, and you have to kind of twist it into, look, the virgin shall become pregnant and shall give a son and call him Emmanuel, which means God is with us. That is problematic, to say the least. And then Christians can do the same thing, which is the Islamic dilemma to Muslims, right? But it doesn't work like backwards. It doesn't work backwards because when you move, when you're moving from one religion to the next, those are contingent. Do you honestly not care if Issa was paid by the state to propagandize? Is that an illegitimate question?
It is, and it shows that you're an anti-Semite. So be quiet, please. You're crossing lines now.
No, right, but have you ever seen him propagandize anything? Like, dude, he hangs out with a filthy atheist all the time. Have you ever seen him do any Jewish exceptionalism or no? He's a multicultural person the same way that I am. And that's it. Like, have you ever seen him do any of that? Like, no freaking way. I could probably be corrupted into doing that just for the money. I don't think Issa would ever do that. Like,
well, and I think what we've exposed is that Basil is a leftist anti-Semite. He's an anti. This is anti-Semitic
How do we know
propaganda
he's a leftist?
because he promotes leftist stuff. We know this guy.
Oh,
very
yeah, you
well.
guys know him better than I do. I don't
Yeah,
know.
he's an extreme leftist. That's his thing. That's why he gets angry about things like Andrew Wilson and stuff like that. He's an extreme leftist, and now he's proven that he's an anti-Semite too. That's what he's shown.
Yeah,
This is an anti-Semitic narrative.
Is he going to get angry if I say that Babs Bunny is the greatest feminist of all time?
No, probably not. The thing is, he's what you call the intolerant left. You know that, gotcha. You know the intolerant left.
Yeah.
He's one of them, and he's picked up the anti-Semitic element too. He's an anti-Semite, and you see that he's going. That's his thing, and I think he's also on a spectrum too. He's on the spectrum, which
a little bit upset, a little bit. I don't know if on spectrum, but as coach of OCD.
That's what I mean.
Sure.
I don't know what a spectrum is, but Basil, get off of it.
Well, I don't think he can help it because he keeps repeating himself and he's stuck in these cyclical patterns. So I've seen it, and I don't blame that. I think that's not his fault. That's probably just where he's at. But the anti-Semitism has to stop.
Yeah, please stop that.
It's an anti-Semitic propaganda.
You've never seen that kind of a thing here. You will probably never ever see that here. We are a multicultural team.
And
we have Issa. We have Dr. Jade.
I'm an Islamic apologist. Like that's what I'm known for.
I mean, here we are trying to defend Islam from people that are like Nadir, who are damaging Islam by making shitty arguments like this one, right? And I am part of that too, because I would like Nadir to be better at defending Islam, because I like debate.
Yeah,
and this is
Nadir. Every Christian says to Issa, "Come to Christ." But let me tell you, as a Muslim, come to Christ in Islam. Inshallah, when you come to Christ in Islam, you will drop these insane anti-Islamic debates and stop embarrassing our religion. Mashallah.
I swear, Nadir, Daniel Hakikaju, if I was a Muslim, I would be embarrassed that those are the people defending me. Oh my, Basil, he said he paid for it himself. He works. The same way that you have disposable income to send to me so that then I can go and party with hookers and cocaine. Issa spent it on a trip to Israel because it's a part of his culture. Like his mom is Jewish.
Issa, and here's a problem. This is what I would say. This is my issue. If you want to critique Israel, that's fine. But you should critique all nation states. Critique America with the same zeal. Everything that you see with Israel, America's done that too. So it's like this is insane. Nation states aren't perfect; they're flawed. Yeah. They make
colonialism is bad, war is bad. We've said it like how many times.
Position. But the thing is, Israel has a right to exist, like America has a right to exist, and Pakistan, and India, and Uruguay, and Algeria, and Palestine. All of these countries have a right to exist. That no one is denying that. So it's really fascinating that this. I mean, we just saw this other level of the anti-Semitism because. The anti-Semitism has three kind of levels. It's double standards. What are the other two? They're the 3Ds. It will come to me. I'll come back to it, but there's 3Ds and you see it.
Mm-hmm. Let's do a little palate cleanser. Tay says, I love Issa. He's a very smart guy and someone I would be friends with IRL. Same with Max. Oh, you're too sweet. All right, I need to go to the toilet again.
Wait, here it is. It's demonization, delegitimization, and then double standards. That's the 3Ds. And you see that. So there's a delegitimization, there's demonization, and then there's double standards. So personally, I don't care. I think you should critique all nation states and say they're problematic. There's nothing wrong with that for me. Just be consistent and you're okay. That's it.
Yeah, that's been like even when we were in the old channel, that was like consistency. Like, okay, acknowledge the good and criticize the bad, and that is fine. Oh, for fuck's sake, he did not receive any funding from Israel for him to travel to Israel. This is the third time the question has been answered. He paid for the ticket himself. Is that okay? Did that
And I paid for
in?
hotels too. I paid for hotels also. So I paid for my food. I paid for hotels.
Everything.
Yeah,
Like,
so it's
dude,
crazy.
he made a trip just as part of, investigating his cultural heritage.
I did volunteering there too, so I help people who are disenfranchised. So I do a lot of trips and I do volunteering. So all my 3 trips I did volunteering there and was helping disenfranchised people. What's wrong with that? I'm going on a trip tomorrow to help disenfranchised people. That's what I do.
Nice. Hey, I'll be right back. Kaja, you're roboting again. I wish I could help you with that. I don't know what's going on. You usually don't have that problem.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
I'll be right back.
Full confidence in the text. And okay, yeah, that's where the debate should be. Then if that's the case, then I've got to put this number at 0. Okay, there is no discussion and debate. Unfortunately, I have to bring it down to 0 now, because that's where the focus needs to be. It's they're not debating that because they know there's no evidence to back up what they're saying. This number is unacceptable. And do you see where the problem is here? Why I'm saying this is an unacceptable number, that you are absolutely refusing to entertain any discussion, debate on this primary critical core subject on how we can trust this book?
I see the numbers, but I'm not really understanding why this would be a problem for Christians. Okay. I don't think this is a framework that Christians are.
It's an expectation of every, whether you be a Christian, Muslim, or Jew, that if you're engaging in apologetics, the expectation is that you should debate with the scholars like Dr. Bart Ehrman, Richard Carrier, Rabbi Tobias, and others than them, and lay out the case for why we should trust the Bible. If it's got mistakes in it or it's been not perfectly preserved, okay, fine, but tell us why we should continue to trust this book and have full confidence in it. We want the evidence laid out. We want to hear the alternative arguments, which Dr. Bart Ehrman brings forth, and we want to see how you refute and defeat those arguments. This is not a Nadir Ahmed type of weird thinking, but this is an expectation of, I would think, almost all the Bible believers who engage in apologetics. That debate is not taking place, okay?
Issa, before you came and actually joined the show, what I was saying is, where is Nadir's debate with all of these people? It's nowhere, because number one, he gets ignored because he's literally a nobody, right? And then he would also get absolutely creamed because all those people would say that Nadir is wrong in every single argument he makes. I should read Nemic's manifesto. Okay, hold on. Nemic's manifesto. I'll read it. I don't have a problem. It's Nemic with a K, right? Or what? You're a mod. Can you link it to me so we get the proper citation, Basil? If you ask me to read something, I'll read it. I have no problem.
And that's a problem. The lack of debate on a critical core topic, we need to start questioning it, Issa. Why is there such a lack of debate on that? But yet, all the debate is the Quran confirming reliability. It's like what this numbers means to us is that you're trying to trick people to believe in something you know is not reliable. Do you see the logic there?
I mean, I see the logic, but I don't think this logic would work for a Christian.
What other explanation can you explain these numbers? What are some of the other explanations you can give?
So what I think from the Christian's argument, what their position is in this Islamic dilemma is that they're saying, look, we don't even have to deal with our religion. We're going to deal with your religion. You're making a claim and your claim does not work. You're saying that, look, you have this continuous tradition, from the Prophet Adam all the way to the Prophet of Islam. You have this continuous tradition and all of these scriptures that come from Allah, right? But now you, the Muslims, are denying your own scriptures. You're denying the Torah. You're denying the Zabur. You're denying the Injil. And because you see that the Torah, the Zabur, and the Injil do not corroborate with the Quran. So since they don't corroborate, you have a problem. This is what the Christians are saying to the Muslims. They're saying, we don't have to worry about our text. You need to worry.
Wait, Basil, this is Star Wars Andor. Is that a thing? Like, are you being serious? Am I supposed to take this seriously? And says, be a radical. I'm not. I don't think being a radical or an extreme of anything is good or of any kind. I think that usually the best answers are somewhere in the middle of everything.
So there's an interesting comment here.
Where?
This comment here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it is so weird. It's like this person selectively hears things and doesn't hear other things. We've clearly stated on the show we are anti-war. That's it. There is no ands, ifs, or buts. So keep repeating these points. It's illogical, it's irrational, and it's nonsense. Do wars happen? Yeah, we don't agree with war. We are anti-war.
Yes.
That's it. All of us here are anti-war. We don't believe in war. This should be hard.
Nadir had a question for Issa in the video that he's answering right now, and his question was, Issa, how do you explain these numbers? And I have a way to explain these numbers. Nadir, you made them the fuck up.
Yes, I agree. That's what my first thought as soon as I saw the CD Word document he's showing right now. Yeah. Look, Basil, we are anti-war because people's lives are ended, people's lives are ruined, people's lives are maimed and hurt. It makes no financial sense. It makes no ecological sense. There is literally no upside to war, especially in the 21st century. I think we should be able to put our differences aside and make compromises and come to arrangements. I know it's a little bit utopical, but Issa, Dr. J, and Dr. J is a little bit different in that he sometimes has espoused the idea that if you're in a war, then your duty is to win the war. But he doesn't go around saying that you should go starting wars. That's a position when it comes to a war already started, which can be argued and so on. We have discussed war crimes and conduct in war and stuff. We've talked about all of this out in the open without hiding. We have all gave our positions in all of this more than once. This is silly.
And here's this.
Perhaps there's a lot of things Issa hasn't given his position on. Issa, do you like crumpets or English muffins more?
I kind of like both, but I have a sweet tooth, so I probably will go with the crumpet.
Have you ever met the Queen before she died?
No.
Me neither.
Tiny Toons or Animaniacs?
Tiny Toons had Animaniacs, didn't it? And like showcase some of the elements from that.
Animaniacs is a spin-off of Tiny Toons, yeah.
Yeah.
Is a hot dog a sandwich or a taco?
I like taco, unless the hot dog is vegetarian.
Here I have the perfect rebuttal. A hot dog cannot be a taco because taco bread, taco's tortillas, have to go through a very specific process, which is called nixtamalization, and hot dog bread doesn't go through that.
Oh, I believe that.
I got you.
So
have you ever been to Japan?
No,
that would be cool.
Are you scared of Godzilla? Is that why you didn't go?
No, I actually was planning at one point like to go like with school, but I want to engage this point here. The point is, it's not that I'm convinced. I think that there's a reason why he has a following. He's talking about Andrew Wilson. Yeah. I think he's a talented debater, whether I agree with his positions or not. It doesn't matter. I think there's a reason why he's popular. And he knows how to argue his points. Like when he debated Daniel Akikachu and he debated Muslim Lantern, I don't really like the points that he used, but he knew how to articulate the points. He knew how to defend the points. And he basically, mopped the floor with his opponents because they were not prepared for his kind of level of argumentation. They seem like ridiculous points, but these people were just not prepared for it. So I think he knows how to do that. So it's not about me liking what his arguments are. It's me engaging that he is he's talented at what he does, whether I agree with it or not, with his position or not.
discussed that on this very channel, and I have a different view because I think what Andrew Wilson did in all of those cases was a very scummy tactic. He basically played the opponent and not the debate. Issa values that. I don't. So we have a difference of opinion there. I still appreciate Issa as I love Issa to death. Basil for $5 says thank you. You claim to be a communist, but you're not. Be consistent, be hardcore. I can't because I am a product of the culture that I was raised in. My mother was, I've said it many times, my mother has called me a capitalist pig more than once because I started working for the US very young. And when I started, it's been 18 years since I had this job. And when I started working, I did credit card processing, like selling POS devices and merchant accounts and so on. So my mother, it was dreadful to her. But since then, she has softened up. And I'm a product of my culture. I'm a communist, but I hold, for example, democratic values as I hold democracy as a higher value than communism. So if you give me a choice between democracy and communism, I would choose democracy every time. And that seems to be antithetical, but it's not really. You can have, they're not mutually exclusive. I can't be hardcore, I swear. I'm moderate in almost all things. All right, let's continue.
And also,
That's a problem.
I wanted to say one point on that.
Yeah.
It depends on how we define communism. Because communism can also be violent. It can be about revolution.
Yeah.
So if you take that position, I don't think that would be your position, Max.
No, because I'm kind of pacifist.
Exactly. So that you take certain elements of what you call yourself as communist, and you're not going to take that other thing. Like those people are like, we are going to revolt, and we're actually going to use violence. I think that, for example, if I were to do my communist revolution again, I wouldn't do the expropriation of the bourgeoisie the way that it happened in the Soviet Revolution. I would basically do away with the system that gives the bourgeoisie their power, which is money. I would make money basically worthless by giving stuff to people so that they can have fulfilling lives. So, but that is not, that doesn't mean I'm not communist. I just have a different idea of how you would, because he represented my position exactly. Like dude, we've been doing this for a long time, Issa and I, and we've had these chats for a long time. So he knows my position. I know his position. We can articulate each other's position quite well. And I don't disagree with his characterization of my position at all. Right? Exactly.
Right.
And even with Andrew Wilson, I know that you're not like in opposition. You're just like, we have different values on what makes, strong debates, but it's not that you can understand where my point of view is.
Oh,
I can understand your point of view on this. So that's it. Oh boy, see the anti-Semitism's come in. I told you this person.
Basil, drop it. We're like, that is, come on.
Because this is the rhetoric of anti-Semitism.
No better, haram.
Could you imagine if I said Basil is an operative of Qatar or an operative of Saudi Arabia? It would be disgusting and vile.
Yeah.
It would be anti-Arab. It would be disgusting. It would be vile. But it's okay for when people attack Jews, they attack Israel. Instead of just saying Israel's another country, just like these other countries that have their own, see them nuancedly, see them neutrally. Don't say, look at this country. It's so much worse. It's so much evil. I'm like, it's functioning as every other country does.
It's not like you haven't heard us criticize Israel more than once.
Issa was just talking from the teachings of Islam just now. Observe things neutrally without differences. See all lives as your own.
Basil, you know that the money that you give to his channel goes to me. It doesn't go to Issa. Issa volunteers his time and his effort, and I get to keep all the profits.
That's correct.
FYI. I sent him money once because we made a shitload of money in 1 month, but For the most part, he's never asked any money of me. He's never asked anything of me. So you're barking up the wrong tree there, buddy.
He's been extreme. This person has been extremely hostile. First of all, they're hostile about, like some kind of perspective on like debates, and then they're like, let me do a hard launch into extreme leftist anti-Semitism. Because this is the thing, like instead of actually doing a fair critique of Israel, which I think is fine. I think you can totally critique Israel. I think you can critique the United States and say these wars are bad. I think that's fine. But do you notice that's not what this person said? They said, am I being paid by Israel? Am I being involved by an agent? So first of all, there's this idea that there's this evil cabal that is running Israel. There's these nefarious agents that are giving $7,000. This is a common anti-Semitic talking point. But it's okay, like when extremist intolerant leftists are allowed to say this kind of garbage. They're not checked. They won't check Somalia. They won't check Sudan. They won't check Chad. They won't check the United States. They won't check any other country, but they completely target Israel all the time. And I'm like, this is where I'm like, this is kind of anti-Semitic. It's not like, hey, we disagree with what Israel does. We disagree with what Congo does. We disagree with, what Syria does. I'm like, if you do that, I'm like, you're cool. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. That's valid.
No, yeah, and we don't shy. We don't shy away from conversations. What you are stepping over the line a little bit into like discriminatory territory, and a lot of the people that have been banned from this channel is because they do just that, because they don't understand, and you are kind of stepping in there. But all we're doing is just like, look, whatever you want to criticize, do it from a non-discriminatory point of view, and that would be fine, right?
Interesting. Look at the $5 chat. I'm gonna nuke this person's position completely. Andrew Wilson's against Israel. Did you know that?
Yeah.
So would I be contradictory if I'm supporting Israel and according to you, and Andrew Wilson is hostile and against Israel? You're not a very intelligent person, dude. You're not as smart as you think you are.
All right, let's continue.
And it has nothing to do with woke or not. Like, Basil, the thing about woke is the American dream. You have to be asleep to believe it. So we should all stay woke.
That's a nice way to put it.
Well, I don't think you're woke. I think you're a fanatic, but that's it,
And the other thing, the thing that gets me the most, even though I do appreciate every single dollar that you spent on supporting the channel, every single time, I thank you and I appreciate it. That will never mean that you will have any kind of control over me whatsoever, right? So let's keep it civil. Let's keep it. We can discuss. We can do. And Basil, you're always welcome to come on and talk. Right? That is the amazing part of this channel. That we're not doing an open panel today, but every other time the panel is always open. The link is always there for you to come and join, and we can talk here. If you don't want to talk online, which I certainly would respect, we can have an offline chat. We can make it not a live stream, not recorded. We can just have a talk. And if you have grievances, you could espouse them in directly to us in other ways. We're not inaccessible. But let's continue with this.
Well, I want to say
what you just said, freeze. We don't have to worry about our text. I have to correct you, Issa. No, you really do have to worry about
my computer.
I think it's weird that there's this contradictory position where he keeps talking about that I'm a supporter of Israel, and then in the next breath says I support Andrew Wilson, and they're both contradictions of the same thing. Like it's such a weird thing that this person keeps saying that, and I think it's also weird because I didn't just go to Israel; I went to Palestine too, and I believe in the two-state solution. So I'm like, this is really weird. Like it's a very weird situation, but that's it.
Or just get everyone out and bomb the shit out of the land and fuck everyone. That would be another solution that I've said more than once.
Yeah, no thanks.
You should do better. I don't know what that means.
I've hardly been here, and even I know the channel's stance is 100% anti-war.
Yeah.
It's anti-death.
War is silly. War is bad.
It's a
Makes no
respect of
sense.
life in here. So,
and we embrace differences. Like multiculturalism is fantastic. I love it. I appreciate a lot of culture from all over the world. And I like to. I'm kind of an optimist, if you want to say that. It's like, oh, you're kind of an optimist. That sucks. It's like, well, it gives me comfort. I like it. All right,
Allah loves wondrous variety.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing the variety of things that exist in the world.
That this doesn't make sense.
I'm not saying this is my position. I'm saying this is the Christian position.
This is what you're saying doesn't make sense, because at the end of the day, what the Christians are trying to do, they are trying to, of course, show that type of contradiction between, that's fine. But what they are trying to do, they're trying to get us to believe that the Bible is reliable. That is undeniable. If they're not trying to do that, then they should have said it. No. I don't want you to believe this book is reliable, because I see that whole debate as being irrelevant. This stuff doesn't make sense, what you're saying, Issa. Okay? Look, it is undeniable that the Christians want part of this Islamic dilemma. They want the Muslims to believe the Bible is reliable and have full confidence.
I love that he doesn't understand the Islamic dilemma at all, right? It's a greatly crafted argument, Nadir. The Quran says that the Bible is authoritative and affirms it in many places. So the only way that you can get out of the Islamic dilemma is just don't take the position that the Bible is corrupted, and that's it. It's as simple as that. But you have an immovable wall and you want to get through it by bashing your head against it. It's not going to work, ever.
It is true. They want us to believe in that. Okay? Do you have any doubt about this?
On which part?
They want Muslims to believe that the Bible is reliable and have full confidence in its teachings because your book says so. That's what they are trying to achieve.
I think that's what he thinks the Islamic dilemma is. I think that's really what he thinks.
And why is he so confused? Why is he treating you, Issa, like a Christian? That is so weird.
It's because Issa affirms that the Quran affirms the Bible.
Yeah, but I mean, I think both are false. But I still acknowledge that the Quran does say that the Bible is authoritative and also the preserved word of God. Right? So
yeah, like is Nadir saying that both Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and Subhanallah Ta'ala are wrong?
Right? Because that's what it reduces to. It's like, oh, we have to cherry pick some claims, and we have to say that either Allah or Muhammad made a mistake in some of the claims that they're making when it comes to the authoritative perspective on the Torah and the Bible. It makes no freaking sense. But even what baffles me the most is that how can I, which have no investment on any of this being actually true, how can I identify that is a position of the book? And I have to be honest, I haven't fully finished reading the Quran yet, but I'm working on it. It's just that I get super bored. But I can identify this, and Nadir, who has an investment on it, then sorry, I got distracted. Nadir, who has an investment on it, cannot see it. Basil for $5, thank you so much. Why did it take you so long to realize that MTD was a Christian nationalist channel? Were you wrong or grifting? No, I don't think I'm ever grifting. I initially believed in the project. It has let me say this. Let me rephrase that. James historically was way more neutral. Now, with the type of debates and the frequency of the debate, seems that there is something more not over, the opposite, like something more clearly, like a clear agenda, right? That being said, I still hope that I can eventually get to, get a free trip to the US to debate, because that would be freaking epic, right? So, but as you have seen, there's a bunch of after shows I've missed, mostly because of, there was one that I had the after show scheduled. It was one of these debates with Captain Tasrayek from the Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I butchered that completely. I had the debate for that debate. I'm sorry, I had the after show for that debate scheduled, and I literally messaged Issa, I cannot handle the racism in the chat. It was Captain Tazarayek against Jay Dyer, and I couldn't deal with the racism in the chat, so I canceled the after show and stopped watching the debate. That being said, I would love to go to the US and do like an in-person debate. So I don't know, I guess.
I have something I want to say, Tay.
There are some kinks in
we could do a fundraiser though, man. We could do like a GoFundMe.
I know, but right now I'm not too excited to actually go to the US, really.
Before I say this, I'm not roboting again, am I?
No, you're good.
Okay, I definitely want to respond to what Tay is saying here in the chat about how it's times like these I don't follow any Abrahamic religion, because them being all about my religion's right and yours is wrong is so dumb, and they're 110% right. That is so dumb when these groups all say I'm right and you're wrong, my way is the only way. And I went through an agnostic phase in my teenage years because I believed also that our religion at my mosque was also saying the same thing. And it wasn't until I went through this agnostic phase that I went back to my mosque, to the people who were just doing zikr quietly in the mosque all day, and talked to them, and they showed me where in the Quran and also where my sheikh had talked about how all the Christians are going to heaven, all the Jewish people are going to heaven, and anyone who establishes a connection with God's qualities is going to heaven. And they talked about how Islam is not just for the Muslims, and they showed me where in the Yusuf Ali Quran that it says this. In multiple places it says Islam is not just for the Muslims. So they showed me where my sheikh said that Buddha is a prophet, and they explained the way that the Quran talks about the word Islam is that anyone who's following Buddhism is following Islam. Anyone who's following Christianity is following Islam. And anyone who's following Judaism is following Islam. Islam doesn't mean the religion of Islam. It means the
submission
state,
to one God, right?
Yeah, it means the state of belief or connection to God or God's qualities. So my family is descended from a Native American tribe called the Onondaga, and they believe in the old ways. They believe in the one true spirit, the one true creator. And so when Muhammad ﷺ says there was 124,000 prophets that were part of all the land, I can absolutely feel that through those teachings as well.
Nice.
And so that's why I accepted the teachings of my mosque and came back to Islam. I was still a teenager. I wasn't much older than when I became an agnostic, but the feelings that I felt when I was an agnostic, they still carry with me, and they actually, I think, ironically, brought me closer to the teachings of my mosque.
Oh, nice. Nice. Thank you for sharing. Basil says, please comment on FTFE being paid twice to support MDD conferences. I think we have an issue here with the framing, because I don't think that James pays people to debate. He covers the travel expenses. And like lodging and so on, but people don't get paid like an appearance. He might have a different arrangement with the Wilsons that is not to my knowledge, but as far as I know, James is a little bit of cheap in that sense. So he only pays for like the trip and the lodging. I don't think that there is a per debate appearance kind of a fee besides that.
I think if they're really, really famous, it might be. But besides that,
yeah, but it would be on a case by case, and that is outside of my knowledge completely. So I don't know. Dude, I honestly, when I go to MDD, I go through the Discord, and I do enjoy debates. And initially, I believed in the project because it did provide a neutral platform for people to debate. It's just that it's been changing over time. And it did provide me also a platform to debate, which I do appreciate. Because I like debating, dude. What are you like? Sometimes you have to swallow some stuff if you want to do what you want. It's a little bit of a sacrifice. Don't be like that. Kaja is nice. He's super nice. I will ask FTFE. All right, let's keep it going because I'm running out of voice.
And you're not trying to achieve that. That's a problem.
Well, I think the Christian's goal in these conversations are to say, your teaching says that these are confirmed, and you're saying it's not. So the Christian is saying you're a hypocrite. You don't actually follow your own book, your own sunnah. Mm-hmm. You don't follow this, and you just claim that there are phantom texts. And I think this is what the Christian is saying. They're saying we don't have the onus of proving.
Okay, let's just roll on with what you're saying. Yeah. If they are truly saying what you're saying, can you see the problem in what they're saying? Because what they should be saying, and you're saying they're not saying it, but what they should be saying is that, yes, these books are truly reliable and you could have full confidence in it. And if the Christian is not saying that in the debate, whoa, wait a second, why are you not actually arguing that? So that's my point, that if they're not saying this in a debate, we got to question that. Oh, wait a second here. Why are you not actually making that affirmation here? What do you know that we don't know? You see my point? If this book had evidence for it, I don't understand how you're not getting this. If the book really did have evidence to support its reliability and full confidence, that should not be a side issue. That should not be, well, that's just not on my mind right now. That should not be, well, that's just not important right now. No, that should be very important, and that should be the primary evidence. Issa.
And I hear you 100%. What I'm trying to communicate is from their point of view, they're saying, we don't have to do that.
That's a deception. When they say we don't have to do that, that's where all the problem is. When you see, this is deception. This is a fraud when they think we don't have to do that.
Deception, like how you lie about atheists backing up your silly claims about the Quran correcting the Bible when we all understand that's not the case. Remember, Nadir debated Voldemort and literally forced Voldemort, an atheist, to defend the Bible. Like, this is just silly. He tried the same thing with me, and that was the next thing that I was going to say, that this argument is bullshit to me because I think both the Quran and the Bible are false. So the argument falls flat. Actually, I think that Nadir's argument about fetal alcohol syndrome affecting an infinitesimal part of the population is a way better argument than the one I was going to originally make. But, oh my, Nadir, this is painful. This is why no one takes you seriously.
We need to push back. No, you really do. See, the thing is this. What they have to do, mandatory, they got to be clear. What do you believe about this book? Is it reliable in actuality? Do you believe this? And does it have supporting evidence for it to begin with? They got to be honest and clear. Transparency. This comes back to the issue of transparency on that. And there is no transparency on what the issue, on whether this book is really reliable or not. That's what you're not understanding, Issa. It's like you're trying to, in a way, kind of defend their deception, and it doesn't work. You got to come out and you got to say, hey, look, it's okay to debate this topic. The Quran allegedly confirms the reliability, but you really they got to do two things. Either they got to debate and defend the reliability of the scripture, or come out and be honest and say,
Basil, cut it out with that. No, he's not going to show you his financials. Like, either you trust him on that or you don't. But like, dude, you know how I've asked you to please drop a subject in the past and we have come to an arrangement? This is just one step over the line too much. Dial it back. Dial it back. You don't care about what I do with the money that you send to this channel. So I please ask you to stop and drop that thing, okay? No one has to justify their finances to some random person on the internet. Please.
It's not reliable, and there's no evidence to support it. And we couldn't give you any really good reasons as for why you should have confidence as you read it that these are really authentic teachings. I'm sorry, I can't make those claims. So that's about honesty, Issa. It's about integrity. It's about transparency.
Oh, for fuck's sake! He starts with the acronyms. I am going to show this again. I'm going to show this again. Wait. Here. Boom, boom, boom. So this is the... I do have friends everywhere. And I kind of like that. Dude, I mean, Basil, you can't deny I'm very likable. People love me. You're a liar, Nadir. You can read it again. We read it all before, but yeah, Nadir, you literally cannot talk about honesty whatsoever when your response to Margaritas, I will continue to use your statement with glee as this conclusion is unavoidable when you got corrected on that. So
something I really wanted to confront Nadir about while he was here, and that's after that he had this talk with Issa, he started telling people that even Issa says the Bible is corrupted.
Oh, really?
And Issa never says that in this video at all.
Oh,
but he's been telling multiple people since this video that Issa says the Bible's corrupted.
What a piece of trash. Now that is low.
I didn't bring it up before he got here because I was gonna, like, I knew no one else knew that but me. I was gonna confront him about that and not let you know about it beforehand. That was my mistake. Stuck for though.
Oh man, I would have hung him from the balls on that one.
Honesty, integrity, transparency, and they don't have it, Issa. Can you see that?
I understand your argument.
Okay.
I think from their point of view, it's just not. It's like an oil water kind of position. These are just
it's
two
this
very
honesty,
parallel.
Issa.
For them, it's not about honesty. They're like,
right, exactly. There is
pot meat kettle.
No, you're right. You're hitting it on the nut. It's not about honesty for them. That is right. Now you're seeing my point of view.
Oh my fucking God. Hold on. I have a clip for this.
Funny. Anyways. Oh my cat.
Thank you, Mikey, for that. Oh my God, indeed.
What I'm trying to say is that it's very funny. What I'm trying to say is that these are just you're like, I think Christians and Muslims are just talking from two very different worldviews. Like you mentioned alcohol before. Actually, it could reconcile with Islam that the ancient people drank alcohol because alcohol was banned during.
Let's just focus on this lack of debate on the primary evidence. See, lack of debate on any topic
he cut you off, Isa, but I think what you were going to say is that in ancient times, alcohol was even used as a way to keep water fresh. The Greeks would put drop like wine onto the water so that it wouldn't go bad. I just remember that. That is a great counter argument for Nadir, against Nadir, actually. Especially in the desert where, water goes bad with the heat kind of quite fast. And if you have clay receptacles to keep it, then you get stuff leaking into the water and so on and so forth. Fuck, I should have remembered that before.
Okay, it's a very common sense thing. When there is a lack of debate in light of the demand, so you've got this huge demand, overwhelming demand for debates on the reliability of the New Testament, and yet there's a lack of debate on it.
Where is that demand? Can you show it? Of course not.
That proves that the case is not weak enough, is not strong enough to take it to trial. This is common sense, and that is what I'm trying to get you to understand. So think of these debates as like a court battle. The prosecutor, the defender, they look at the case and they look at it. Is this case strong enough to take it to trial? If it's not, they don't take it to trial. And the same holds true with these debates. The lack of debate on the reliability of the New Testament and all these Christian apologists, what's inspiring philosophy, they have looked over the case for the reliability of the New Testament. And they're doing the same mathematics, calculus. This case is not strong enough to take to trial. That's the reason why you don't see any debates. That's the reason why this number that's 0.
You're repeating yourself again, Nadir. You're not making any sense. Math has nothing to do with this.
At literally 0. That's the only explanation.
Well, you do know that IP debated Richard Carrier. They did have a debate.
Yes, but not on the issue. Okay, yeah. So let's see what that topic was. He was not on the important issue. Inspiring philosophy, Richard Carrier. Okay, let's see what the topic was. Does God exist? That's a con, right? Because it's not going to go into the errors of the New Testament or the scientific problems or all. So what they're doing is
Nadir, normal people don't see the Bible as making scientific claims. And normal people don't see the Quran as making scientific claims. In fact, when you try to go down that standard, both books become false. That is something that we tell flat earthers all the time. When you take these books as making scientific claims, they fail because the Bible sort of indicates that the earth is flat. So does the Quran, and that is just incorrect. It doesn't comport to reality.
They're debating
I don't know how someone gets to be so bad in a debate. The only people I can think that are on the level of badness, like Nadir, are flat earthers because they're complete morons.
Safe topics, philosophical topics, vague, ambiguous topics. So you look at the topics which are being debated, okay, and you can see where the Christians are going with it. That critical core, the reliability of the New Testament. Is Paul a true prophet? Are the church fathers reliable? Richard Carrier, I keep mentioning Dr. Richard Carrier. Why do I mention that? Here is a reason why. Okay, let's go to Google.
Because you're a moron. That is the reason number one.
He wrote a fantastic article. This is back in the 90s. Kooks and Quacks of the Roman Empire. Okay, in which he blew away and exposed the Gospels and its corruptness and the church fathers and the kooks and quacks for who they are. Then what happened is there was a little bit of online debate took place between him and another website, which was called ChristianThinkTank.com. This is all back in the 90s, by the way. Dr. Richard Carrier destroyed every one of those arguments. People like David Wood and all the Christian apologists all looked on and knew they're not going to beat the case. They knew his arguments were superior, well-documented, and undeniable. Since then, this is the year 1997. It is now 2026. The Christians have been running away from this topic for now, how many years? Like over almost 28 years. This is deception. They know that the book is corrupt. Okay.
Oh my God, Nadir, when you invoke Carrier who doesn't think that Jesus was even an actual dude, that also makes the Quran false, because the Quran talks a lot about Jesus. And if Jesus didn't exist, then the Quran is affirming a fictional character. How do you make such a bad argument? I have no idea. I don't think I could make a bad argument with such a glaring flaw like that.
Okay. Now, see, the problem here, this explains these numbers here. Zero debate on the reliability of it. Literally zero. And all the debate is on conning people, tricking people to believe in a book.
Repeating yourself again and again and again won't make it true, Nadir. Ah, shoot, my voice is freaking shot.
Which they know is unreliable. Can you see that, Issa?
I see the argument. I don't think they have the same kind of gradations for what you would call reliable. It is reliable to them. Like,
yeah, I know it's reliable. How do you explain
interrupted.
Zero? How do you explain this number?
God damn it, Nadir.
Yeah.
Alayhi salatu wasalam.
What does that mean?
It means because I cursed.
Oh,
damn it, alayhi salatu wasalam. It means like peace be upon him.
I got you. Yeah, like you got 2 words in, and Nadir, like he tried to do here. No one does that here, to me at least. I have absolute power here. And
I appreciate that, and I didn't mind when you like muted me earlier too, because I don't want to interrupt you. So it's just that.
No, the only reason
keeping
why
me in
I
mind
muted
there.
you is because you were roboting super hard, and I have really great headphones. Noises are super triggering for me.
I had no idea I was roboting like that when he was here. MashaAllah.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I muted you, is because you were roboting.
I just thought it was because I interrupted you, and then I was like, okay, let me be patient.
No, it was because like you really roboted at that specific moment, so I was like, oh shoot. And
also my bad then.
Pro headphones noises are very bad. Like yesterday, a dude came on and started tapping on the microphone. It felt like he was tapping inside my brain.
Right, that's not cool.
I don't know where the zero is exactly coming from.
I don't know where the data is. Unless I'm missing one, I have seen no debate.
You're saying there's no debates on this particular topic. Okay.
Yeah. I can look again. Let's
there could be different variables. Like maybe other Muslim debaters didn't agree to this, or other people didn't agree to these debates.
That's not true. I've worked very hard on trying to put this debate together.
I hear you. I'm just saying what I'm offering you is there can be variables for why you would have that number. That's
so
what
they
I'm trying to say.
downgraded to historical reliability, which is a downgrade. So so my point here is the Christians are actually conceding it is not reliable in the sense like how they're trying to debate it with the Muslims. So here's one between now Ehrman and Wallace. Wallace actually comes forward and say the Bible is corrupt. Okay, so we can't.
No, he didn't
count that one.
Okay, how do we define what is corruption? How do you define that? What does that mean?
Ask Dr. Wallace. Watch his debate.
You have to define it, Nadir. You can't just. Oh, for fuck's sake!
Debate on can we trust.
Oh no, I like that. I mean, music is I appreciate that. It's on the context of the show that I don't like noises directly on my ears. No, but when it comes to music, I do like music that is made from processed sounds.
Trust the New Testament and see what he actually. This is the type of debate. So it's 6 years ago. So let me put this number again at 0.01. At least there is something out there with Dr. Dan Wallace, but it's not what we're looking for. What the Christians are trying to trick the Muslims into believing is that is not. See, what Daniel Wallace is saying is, yes, the scripture has been changed. It is corrupted. And he has a video on that, by the way, but you could still trust it. So that's well, should I put it at 0.1? I don't know. I'm going to give you one. I should. So the point is this. David Wood, Christian, all the Christians, they know that they can't beat the case. And I don't know how you're not seeing this, Issa. I keep repeating the same thing over and over.
Because you're wrong, Nadir. That's as simple as that. Basil for $5. Thank you so much. Are you mambi pambi or do you have some huevos? I do have huevos. I actually bought a maple of huevos today. I don't know what mambi or pambi even is. Hold on. ¿Qué es mambi? Un mambi integrante del Ejército Liberador de Cuba and República Dominicana against Spain. If that is what you meant, then I would be a mambi. Pambi, no, Pambi is coming up as a meme coin. One second. No, Pambi doesn't, it's not ringing a bell. Like Basil always trying to stir up some rebambaramba. You probably know that word. Grow some balls. It's okay to say Israel influenced the U.S. attack on Iran. Oh, I do think that. I do think that Trump got, I don't know if bamboozled, blackmailed, or whatever. But I don't think that the U.S.'s hand was forced. But I haven't said that in the past because we haven't really talked about that. I don't. It's not a topic that I like. That I feel too passionate about. I think that it's all shit. And of course, I am anti-war. So whatever it is, the situation, then I don't know. Issa, do you want to answer that question or not?
I don't think he has to. It's just clear we don't support war.
Yeah,
it's
we don't
really
support
not
war.
relevant.
It's irrelevant to what we're talking about here. We're talking about the Islamic dilemma. We're not talking about global politics.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, why would I want there to be war where people like all this death? Like, why would I want that? Like, it's so weird. It's just this bizarre, weird thing, you know?
Oh my God, we got a flurf here. Also trying to derail the show. We're not talking about flat Earth. We're talking about flat Earth tomorrow. So come back. Come back tomorrow and we'll gladly school you on how you're wrong about flat Earth.
It's like weird. We have a topic. Like, and if you're going to talk about something else, link it to what we're talking about. Link the topics together. Like, if you're going to say, hey, I want to talk about global politics, link that to the subject of the Islamic dilemma. Be smart, be creative. We don't mind if you want to talk about your stuff, but link it to what we're talking about.
It sort of means false or fake or havas what? I'm sorry.
Again, it's like you want to defend them for some reason when it's so clear that they know the Bible is corrupt. They know that the reliability cannot be defended in any debate or any discussion. They know this stuff. That's why this number is where it is. Okay, let's put a bold on that. That's their only explanation.
No, the only explanation, Nadir, is that you're dumb as fuck.
And you are basically pandering to these con artists.
I hear, like I said, I hear what you're saying. I think there's other variables that can explain this.
Okay, help me
the host.
That.
So, as a debater who's been on the platform, usually, like, the moderator and the platform decides what the conversation is. They decide what is going to sell to the audience, because it's much deeper than just, you know, two people going out to debate. Usually, it's like, does the platform accept it? Do they accept the argument that's being presented? Will it bring audiences in? Because there's a mercantile element that's involved.
No, that explanation won't work, and I'll explain why that doesn't work. If you have good evidence for something, you take the initiative on reaching out to the Dr. Richard Kears, Bart Ehrman, and you will create that opportunity. You're not like subject to the
Nadir.
Why would Richard Carrier just debate you? What is his incentive of debating you?
Yeah, no, he won't. Namby-pamby means weak or indecisive, lacking personal conviction. Oh, okay. Yeah, Nadir, I've tried to set up the Quran scientific debate with you, but MDD, since we're both kind of low audience, they won't have that topic. So we proposed drug legalization debates. We proposed a bunch of debates that MDD has said no. So yes, there you have to understand that MDD is also a business and it's their platform. So they have the ability to say what they want on their platform and what they don't want for whatever reason it is. And you might agree, you might disagree. I still think that a drug legalization debate would be funny and fun, right? So yeah, it's there's also a show aspect to it. If you set up an awesome debate but no one cares about the topic and no one watches it, then what's the point, right? The Nadir is just the hubris is absolutely insane. Grow some cojones. We know you think Israel is a rogue state. You don't seem to know much about me, because I don't think Israel is a rogue state. I think they have not the best leadership right now in Netanyahu, and I think that they're doing stuff that they shouldn't be doing. But I also think that people there deserve a place to live, as well as people, the Palestinians also deserve a place to live. So,
and also October 7th happened. Like it's like you're forgetting that this horrible incident happened. It catapulted this situation. So,
yeah, there's a lot of nuance in this topic.
Nuance.
There's a lot of nuance, and we could discuss it if you want some other time. Not today. I can't run for Congress. I'm not an American.
Yeah, I want to actually mention something.
Politics is not my thing, like, to be honest.
We heard the term cojones being brought up.
Yes.
Would it be to have cojones to come up on the panel and speak and communicate? I would think that would show cojones.
That would be, yes.
Just saying. That's real bravery right there.
These people. Oh, what was the topic for today? No, you're going to get a phone call. Hey, dude, reliably New Testament. Give Dr. Bart Ehrman a call right now. Set it up, baby. That's the way it works when you got real good evidence. So this explanation you're saying doesn't make sense.
I think it does make sense. It depends on the type of debate. So I think you are going to, because I've had that happen. Like, for example,
30 years, Issa. Okay. You're telling me they found no opportunity in now 30 years?
I'm saying that there's issues that may have not arisen, and maybe there hasn't been platforms.
In 30 years?
And here's another alternative. So that's one option. Second option, it doesn't make.
Oh my fucking! He's rambling. He's like the psychotic old man, just repeating himself over and over. My God, Nadir, holy shit!
Sense. That does. You can say in that option, you say,
okay,
well,
okay. So maybe, let's test your theory. Yeah. Can you reach out to David Wood?
Also, 30 years ago, I was 8. Just FYI.
Say that we're gonna have I want you. I know you've been having problems trying to set this up, but you're going to debate Dr. Bart Ehrman on the reliability of the New Testament. And we're going to, not just one, we're going to do a couple. You're going to do Richard Carrier, you're going to do Bart Ehrman, because I know you go on these streams and maybe you're subject to their rules or something like that. Therefore, that's why we see the 0 number here. Try that out and see what happens. Okay, Issa, obviously, it's a delusion you're giving yourself and you're giving others.
I don't think so. I think.
Oh, can you email them? Let's set it up. Let's test that theory.
So wait a second here. I didn't finish. So that's one of the options that I offer. I have like 20 that I could bring right now. I'm saying this is just one of the options. Okay. Second is that some of these people may not even care about these things. They might be like,
deception. If you don't care about proving the actual reliability, it's a deception.
So the point is, it depends.
How could you not care about this?
So what I'm saying is, it depends on what your standard of reliability is. So
wait a second. Let me just ask you a question. So you're saying, well, they're debating the Muslims on the reliability of the New Testament, that the Quran confirmed that. It never once occurred to them.
No, that is not the topic of the Islamic dilemma. It's not the reliability. It's that whatever whatever scriptures is the Torah, the Gospel, and the Zabur, the Quran affirms all of it. That's the Islamic dilemma. And the second part is because Islam contradicts Christianity in some key doctrines, if you take the position that the Bible is corrupted, then you fall directly into the fold of the scope of the argument in the Islamic dilemma. The only thing that you can do is just not take the position of that the Bible is corrupted, and then you're golden.
So,
You
Matt,
can also, yes.
I think the chat and we know pretty well at this point what the Islamic dilemma is. What do you think Nadir thinks the Islamic dilemma is here?
This nonsense about the reliability, but
He
it's
thinks
because
it's
he
about
doesn't understand. Like, I've seen a bunch of debates of the Islamic dilemma, and Muslims seem to either not understand the problem that they get themselves into when they take the position of corruption, or they purposely misunderstand to try and skirt the argument. But I don't think you can do that. I think it's a well-crafted argument that has one critical flaw. If you don't take the position that the Bible is corrupted, the Islamic dilemma falls completely apart. And there is a counter argument to be made that when going from Judaism to Christianity, there are some things that are changed. So when going from Christianity to Islam, there are things that also change. And you can lay it out. You can say that, for example, the Old Testament tells you over and over to keep the law. The New Testament dispenses with the Jewish law. And that is a perfectly valid argument to, explain the differences in theology across the different scriptures. Simple as that. I've tried to speak with, I think it was Avery. I waited for like 45 minutes to try and I want to run this by them, but since I'm an atheist, I don't get the chance, but I would like to see what their response would be to something like this.
Yeah. You versus Avery would be really interesting for me.
Yeah, I would like to do that, but the only one that I wouldn't like to debate is inspiring philosophy. I severely dislike his strategy of just citing thing after thing after thing after thing to make an argument. So he makes like 10 points with citations and he doesn't give them beforehand. So I don't view that as an honest tactic. And to me, the times that I've taken my time and checked inspiring philosophy, he's not very honest about the sources that he cites. It's a little bit like flat earthers. When they cite a source, the source doesn't actually agree with them. It's either cherry picked or just flat out lying, and I don't appreciate that. So he would be the one that I wouldn't want to debate. But like David Wood, Avery, all of those other people, I would definitely debate any of them.
Then, hey, do I actually have evidence to support what I actually believe here? I mean, that never crossed their mind.
I mean, you have tons of scholars who do debate these types, like William Lane Craig debates these types of things. All of
no,
them.
He doesn't. No, let's go to William Lane Craig. Does he debate this? No, he doesn't. William Lane Craig, by the way, we're both from the same town. He went to church right down the street from me. So we're both from Peoria, Illinois, by the way, just to let you know.
You're from Illinois? Wow, I would have never. How did you end up in Illinois? How do you go from India to Illinois? That's a wild ride.
I can assure you he does not debate the reliability of the New Testament. He absolutely refuses to, because now he'll debate something about resurrection. That's totally different.
You know, wouldn't say that's a pass.
I actually talked to him. I talked to him personally about this issue. He doesn't hold the belief that the Bible has never been changed and stuff like that. But that's why,
because it's not important, and the changes, they're minimal. The changes are copying mistakes. Like, there is a categorization in the scholarship of the types of, like, scholarship calls it corruption, but it's just, for example, you're reading, a scribe is reading a line and he skips one line, or he repeats one line, or he repeats a word. It's just scribal errors when scholarship talks about textual corruption. They don't talk about anything major changing, affecting the theology of the text. none of this happens.
As we scroll, we see no debates with Dr. William Lane Craig.
Tony says that this guy ever let Issa finish a statement. Nope. You should have seen him trying to crash out. And you should have seen him crash out while trying to insult me here a little bit ago.
Which is an evidence,
Well,
by the
what
way.
about this? Are the New Testament documents historically credible? It seems like it would be aligned
That's
with that.
downgrading, though. You see, now this is a solo lecture, which he won't debate it. So now he's soloing, but that's a downgrade, because now what you're saying is you're opening up the possibility. Yeah.
Basil, give me your emails. I'll send you a picture.
Basil, if you donate $50 to the channel, I'll make a song about you debating Nadir.
There is corruption. There is texts which have been changed, but historically, it's okay. So that's really not what we want to be debating here. Although it's interesting, at least he's participating in that. But it's onesie twosies, nowhere near. It's still that. It's
also, Basil, if my balls grow anymore, they won't fit in your mouth. So
still at 0.01%. Okay, so that shows a lack of confidence. Now, this number right here, it shouldn't be 99%. Okay, so look, Issa, you seem to want to defend them. What you're trying to do, you're trying to defend their integrity. But these numbers, okay, show otherwise.
And they came straight out of your rectum, Nadir. So shut the fuck up. Boom.
Now, I think we've spent a lot of time on trying to get you to understand that you're trying to make excuses.
You're Nadir, no one is trying to make excuses. You're wrong. And I don't have any, these Christian apologists, they're not my friends. They're I don't hang out with them. I don't know them. I actually think that they're wrong. But this argument is just absolute trash. From the debate standpoint, this is just pure garbage.
For them, trying to find out why they run away from debate. I mean, do you understand, Issa, when it comes to modern day debate, okay?
I'm waiting for your huevos. You seem to be the Gorman ambassador. I have no clue who that is, but if you want to, I'll email them to you. I mean, I don't roll that way, but if it rocks your boat, I'll indulge you.
Let's go to modern day debate. We are in a position where there is literally no Christians making the case for Christianity, arguing. I mean, this is continuously, aggressively leading debate on why this religion is true, or whatever it be, whether it be resurrection, whether it be the reliability of the New Testament. If you go on this website, modern day debate, there is literally zero. Do you understand that? We have nobody arguing the case for Christianity on this religion, on this website, on this modern day debate. Do you see a problem there?
Well, look at that one. That's
Tony, I generally don't do that, but he seems to be a little bit obsessed with my testicles. So if he wants to see them, I'll show him. No problem. He did send a lot of money today, so that would, I think it's justified.
Like your two Christian arguments. It's Eastern Orthodox versus, I guess, the Greek. So you have a lot. That's an internal Christian debate.
You might have some anonymous people, like people from the comment section, filling the void left behind.
Anonymous people. Nadir, you're anonymous. You are anonymous. No one watches you. Oh my God.
By the retreating apologists like Inspiring Philosophy, David Wood, and people like that. So you might get a little bit of that, but overall, nothing where it really needs to be in terms of quantity. Okay, so this is the situation. Only one.
Right, Nadir. So Nadir has 2,410 subscribers, and he wants to dictate what MDD, a channel with 265,000 subscribers, should be doing. The hubris. My guy. There's a reason MDD has 100 times the subscriberships that that you have, Nadir. Oh, this is fun. Basil yells. I'm not going to yell right now. I would, but my throat is raspy already. Is a communist but has never watched Andor. Che. Wait. Are you recommending that I do watch Andor? You recommend the pluribus, but I don't have Amazon Video. If you do recommend Andor, I'll watch it. I'll give it a shot. That's not a $50 donation. Thank God I don't have to sing. Oh boy.
Religion. One religion is arguing the case for Islam from whatever it be, science, what do I do? Prophecy, whatever it may be, is championing the religion. And
Tony recommends Andor. Is there any prerequisite or stuff that because with the expanded Star Wars universe,
Rogue One. It's from Rogue One.
I haven't watched like much stuff other. Daryl also says yes, watch Andor. Okay, I'll give it a shot. I'll start today.
that is Islam. And I'll use myself as an example. So really, there's only one true apologist on modern day.
Motherfucker, that will get you 100 dings. Nadir thinks that he's the one true apologist of MDD, and he's also crowned himself. I don't know if you know this, Kaja. Nadir has said that he is the king of MDD. Like, how delusional does one have to be to make claims like that? I thought, no, I'm a revolutionary, but in the pacifist sense. It's said before Rogue One. Rogue One, I think I started watching that and I didn't like it. At this point, I doubt Nadir would bring anyone to his face who hasn't already become a Muslim. James from Modern Day Debate is a Christian, so I guess he doesn't mind if the Muslim apologists are crap. Yeah. In the lazy sense, I guess you could make that argument, yes. Yes, that 100%. I mean, I won't argue with you on that one.
Debate. There is no other. Can you see that? At least I can look through the search criteria. I don't know of any other. Let's look at my name. Look at all the stuff I do. Let me pat myself on the back. Slavery, nice.
Nadir, you lost that debate so hardcore. So hardcore. So hardcore that I even invited the Christian to come and have a chat because it was so funny how you lost that debate. And you don't even realize.
I actually have a question about that. Why did you take on that debate? What was I don't understand what the purpose was of taking on that debate of, enslavement. Because you do know the East African slave trade happened and Arabs enslaved African people, and they were Muslim people that did this. That is a part of the Islamic history, No.
No. Well, first of all, it goes back to what the scriptures teach. Okay, whether if Arabs and that this has been refuted multiple times.
No, it hasn't. You're about to lie again. And let me just point out that you also lost that debate. Is the Quran scientific with Mark Reed? I remember because we did the after show for that, and I still have the email chain of you emailing me for like a week and a half afterwards to try and get me to agree with you. And I had to cut to literally insulting you for misquoting me on an email chain. That is how delusional this guy is. Tell us about Che Guevara. Che. I would have to prepare. I don't. I know the part of the story from memory, but I if you want, I'll do one. I'll do a show about that if you want, Che.
History,
No. Well, first of all, it goes back to what multiple times, Issa, multiple times.
The East African slave trade. I don't even think people even know
Arab
about
slave
it.
trade. Look, the Arab slave trade in no way reflects what the scriptures of Islam teach and what the Prophet of Islam teaches. Look,
And I don't think that the gospel promotes slavery either. I think that that's a manipulation of
okay,
the
hold
people.
on. You're throwing out too many points. I don't ever want to hear this.
I'll prepare it for you. Hold on, let me make a note.
One moment, then defending a base on the ground in the next. That approach does way more to sell the fantasy of an elite mercenary team. Assault understood that the series could expand its.
What? I watched. I don't know if you watched the movie. It's quite good. I like the movie. It's called Diarios de Motocicleta, Diaries of a Motorbike.
I saw it in Spanish.
Oh yeah,
with Garcia Bayal, something like that.
Garcia Bernal.
But no, that's it. I saw it years ago.
Love it. I knew it. There are a couple of others that also from around that time. I don't remember the name, but I'll prepare that. If you think that will be a cool stream, I'll prepare that. There is an argument. I remember when was it? The World Cup in Qatar. Qatar, was it 2016? 2022. When the World Cup, the FIFA World Cup in Qatar, there was a lot of talk about Bangladesh people whose passports were retained by the building companies, that they were taken to build some of the stadiums that were like completely absent from Qatar. So there has been a good amount of slavery, modern slavery accusations in the Arab world. Yes, I agree. A great movie about Che with Cuba, Bolivia, Benicio del Toro. Oh yeah, I think I saw that one too. Yes. Yeah, it's not ancient slavery, but it's modern slavery, one could say. Yes, there are distinctions, but yeah, it's a problem, and everyone here would stand against it. I don't think that Nadir understands that, though. All right, I can't continue speaking anymore. My voice is just gone. I keep giving you good recommendations. Yeah, well, sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. I'll start watching Andor today and see, and I'll prepare a stream on the story of Che. I like presentation streams. I haven't done one of those in a while, but I do like them, and it was a good idea. And Basil, I don't. There's a lot of things I don't disagree. It's just that you are a little bit more extreme than I am in most cases, but that's fine. What we don't like is discrimination, and I think you know that. No, Basil, I asked you to drop it. I asked you nicely, drop it. That's the last time. Please. Also, Tony says, also, if the Quran is anti-slavery, the flourishing of the slave trade in Muslim countries is difficult to explain. Yeah, and the Barbary pirates, there's a lot of things that couldn't happen. All right, let's do final thoughts. Kaja, thank you so much for being here. You are always a treat to have around.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoy me, honestly.
Oh yeah. I mean, you're like fun, like Issa. You crack jokes, pop culture. I heard you curse for the first time today, which I always love. Bismillah.
So, I don't. usually curse, but sometimes I get a little curse happy too. I'm an American. I've been cursing since the 3rd grade at least.
Final thoughts on our boy Nadir. The final tally was 340 in 1 hour and 2 minutes. So let me do the math on that. So
no way you kept his count going so perfectly as that.
I mean,
you had to have missed some.
Yeah. I miss, but I also give for depending on the things. Sometimes I give 5 things or 10. So yeah. So it's 60 and 2 minutes. So 62 minutes. 340 divided 62. That is 5.4 dumb. 5.48 dumb stuff per minute. Nadir says that is very high.
Oh,
all right. Final thoughts, Kaja.
Okay, my final thoughts is that I find Nadir's Islamic background to be extremely suspect. The fact that he can't use Taqiyya right in a sentence, the fact he doesn't know what it means, the fact he said he didn't care what it meant. When he comes in here and calls you stupid, that's not how a typical Muslim acts. I know that's how internet Islam is, especially in these debate circles, but internet Islam honestly blows my mind, and it's fairly depressing to look at with people like Daniel Pikachu and
oh my, yeah.
I don't know the others that well, like Hijab and the Dawa brothers. They're giving a bad name to Dawa, which is just supposed to be an invitation to Islam. That invitation is nothing of the sort when it comes from them.
Do you know that I agree, right? I find it like when Hijab just puffs his chest and Nadir coming here to try and insult me, like I would care what Nadir has to fucking say about me.
He proved he can dish it but can't take it.
Yeah.
He like, called you stupid so many times, and what did you say to him really that made him leave?
No, I don't remember, but he was like, you don't speak to me like that. He's like, motherfucker, you're in my house. I will speak to you however damn well I please.
Yeah, he was speaking to you however he pleased.
Yeah.
Astaghfirullah. I wish that we could have more people on these channels like Issa who want to go and debate. I'm not a debater. I don't know history all that well. I'm not a historian. My degrees are not in these things. I don't even have plural degrees. Like Issa's a really good candidate to go do these things.
Oh yeah.
And Issa debates like a Muslim. He's very patient. He waits for people to speak. He lets them interrupt him when they want to. But that it's so unfortunate that prevents Issa from getting more of his beliefs and messages out there, because Issa's a really good apologist for Islam.
Yep. All right. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Anything else?
That really wraps up my final thoughts. I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to say them.
Oh, thank you so much. It's always fun to have you, and Issa's friends have been have had some trouble with me in the past, but yeah, I genuinely enjoy when you come over because we always have a lot of fun. And I do feel your pain in that Nadir doesn't represent the Islam that you would see. And I think that everyone would benefit more if the Dawa people would be more like Issa and less like Nadir and less like Pikachu and Hijab. Issa, are you there? Or
I'm here.
Final thoughts.
I tried to do the best conversation we could have. It was a little tough. It was tough. Just reviewing it again, you can kind of see that when I was trying to communicate, it was not really easy to fully communicate what was stated, so what was needed to be stated, but we tried. I think Nadir has a very strong focus on certain things, and I understand that. Good old uncle. But I would recommend to be more open to listening and hearing other things that might broaden your view. That's all I would say.
Yeah, definitely. And Nadir, for sure, try to learn what the word infinitesimal means, you dummy. You can't be schooled by a freaking third worlder in your own language. That makes you look bad as an American and also as a Muslim. So yeah, of course, I knew that having Nadir here would basically turn into that. I didn't know that it would go downhill that fast. But yeah, Nadir is very content with just flat out lying about what Mark Reed says. And yeah, it's a shame that someone would be so blatantly dishonest, but of course he wouldn't stand up to like the actual evidence, wants to cite papers but will not dare look at the actual paper, and makes a point that is not relevant, because if I drink, I will not give any fetus any kind of alcohol syndrome. So that means that it's insane. Alcohol does, like, I would like to see what the claims on the paper are about the amount of brain damage, because I am someone who, even though I don't drink, I have done shitloads of drugs, and the human brain is very resilient. There's been cases of people that have been shot in the head and lose a quarter of their encephalic mass, and they can still function due to something called neuroplasticity. So I would have to check the actual paper, the claims of the actual paper, when it comes to this idea of alcohol producing brain damage. I'm very skeptical of Nadir's interpretation. Because he's not reading the paper, he's reading a news article on the paper, and we all know how that goes. News articles are not, even though they should be held to journalistic rigor, they are not usually known for specifically that. So I am very skeptical of what CNN has to say about a particular study. That being said, I will try to look up what Nadir says, and if I can find something on that, I will make another video or whatever. All right, Basil, thank you so much for all your support today. I will start watching Endo right now. Issa, make sure that you get something for your throat, and I will go rest my voice because it's feeling a bit raspy. Before we go, make sure before we go, make sure to do the show. I think it's like, share, subscribe, send this to a friend, send this to your significant other, go to the corner, just a corner of your street, and you'll subscribe to Yerba Mate Talks, and that way we can show the love for the channel. Thank you so much, everyone. Love you all. Take care. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow. We have there's another flat earth debate on MDD with Iron Horse, and some other guy will definitely be here for that. Take care. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
Night night.